well, I don't know who this is, but it was just recommended to me, and I thought, well, I'll play it. And I know why algorithms and what I was listening to earlier yesterday. But y'all, I think I just found 5 of my next 12 husbands in like a minute and a half. Uh,
Ships on fear of the waves of scamming barren sun.
Where are these guys from? I'm gonna need a green card or something to get there. That isn't good.
To the burning blaze, each horizon is a new beginning. Rise and reign. Far from the fjords and the ice-cold currents, brave and soar over new frontiers. Songs and sagas of a painted German shields and spears. Clouds of favor or the thrill of thunder, pull together for the clanging king. Clank of hammers and the crash of thunder, bound within. The echoes of
That's at least number 3.
Valhalla calling me. To pluck the strings of destiny.
I may have also just found a wife. Eh?
Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me.
What is this even from?
Sails are swaying on the crimson rivers, blood and glory in the fighting fields. Shields are shatter as the splintered timbers, iron and steel. Fires are rising and the bells are ringing. Glory takes us into glowing falls. Golden glimmer and the sound of singing as God falls. The echoes of eternity. Valhalla calling me. To look the strings of destiny. Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me.
I swear I think part of this is a video game. I don't know. Hell if I know.
Wind and the waves will carry me. Wind and the waves will set me free. Wind and the waves will carry me. Wind and the waves will set me free. The echoes of eternity. Valhalla calling me. To lock the strings of destiny. Valhalla calling me. Valhalla calling me. Valhalla.
There was just be the introduction of a tiny guy to carry off certain notes. It just looks plain stupid trying to be that angry or have the energy of large guys. Just can't carry it off the same. I guess why them tiny fellers are always mad. Oh God! Come here. I'm sorry. In all sincerity, that was my fault and your fault simultaneously, dude. He was upside down, and I moved just little. He he was trying to do a thing, and then he's like, "Okay, fuck it, I'll just take all the blame." Hell with it. Sorry. It's one of those nights. It's one of those nights. And I was gonna be here earlier, uh, because I touched the button, and I was like, "Damn, am I tripping?" And inevitably, the answer is always, "Nah, no, no." But anyway, so things happen in between there. Although one was my entire body decided it was in pain, but none of the nerve shit works right, so couldn't really discover where that was at. Uh, couldn't quite figure it out. Uh, just knew it was somewhere, and it was so bad that some of it I couldn't even necessarily feel. My first clue was that my eyes would drip water, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And I was like, what the hell?" And apparently, my somewhere in there could feel it, but I couldn't yet. And then I felt shit, and I was like, "Oh my God!" You know, never could track that shit down. It finally eventually just stopped. So I was like, "All right, then, all right, yeah." It must not have been that bad. I don't know. And then earlier was pretty trippy too. Didn't have to touch a button. Y'all ever had one of those like moments where you just like come across people randomly that don't know you have come across them? Um, Talking shit or I don't know, making up fairy tales. I mean, let's say it's the first time I've ever encountered such a situation, but it's generally been the story of my life. It's parts of it I try to stay away from, have since I was real young. Um, but man, I, I had to look at others near me earlier, and I'm like, God damn, like I looked over at each other, and like people were still talking about this made up fairy tale never happened shit, and like everybody was just quiet. Everybody had to cover their mouths and just look at each other like, what the fuck? I'm like, right, right, and then just wait to have giggles till later. It's one of those moments where you're like, well, all right, then just what I do next. I'm fucking intrigued. Right? What I do next? Because everything y'all be talking about's like not real and never happens. And all right, whatever you gotta make up. Yeah, that's you say so. Hell, I heard all kinds of shit. Like people talking about like seriously. Apparently, I was dating or talking to somebody for a long time, but at places, and then now they're talking to another girl, and I I know the people with me are very aware that because they're with me at that place all the time that none of that is true, and none of that ever happened, and that person's nowhere near anyone. Like, all you can do is laugh. All we can do is laugh. But here are people that are like having a whole conversation about it. Like it really, I'm like, holy shit. But I'm not, because it's something I've been pretty well used to my whole life. Like you grab onto the one thing that is stationary and you stick with that and you just brace for the other side great. Even the stationary thing know how the shit revolves. Sometimes it's even like you never really give a shit what certain motherfuckers over here actually do. Try to insert or acquire. Because it's all built like that. You'd say, certain shit fed through monsters and tragedy pimps and how it got all twizzled in the first place. Can't help it. It's the fuck you get for fucking around. Anyway, it was wild. Yeah. Apparently, the thing is, and I and others are used to it. So, and I've taught others just to ignore it. Well, walk in and hear them. Whole fucking made up fairy tale story about your whole goddamn life shit that ain't happening, never happened, ain't even possible, and that there's very well written witnesses to every day in this area because, well, they're with you. And they're one of the only ones allowed into your real world and real shit. And the rest are just forever left to do whatever it is they fucking do. Ever. Jesus Christ. I was shocked. I was shocked. Here I've been talking to a fella, and apparently that fella's still in the realm, and he ain't been in eons, but I was never talking to like that anyway, nor have I talked to anyone in that manner in all these years to begin with. I have no intention to ever do so again. I guess that shows how well people writing fairy tales and just making that bullshit reflect their own nonsense and continue to have something to eat and feed on them. Never. Oh well. Such is life. Always has been, really. Celebration of holidays and bullshit. Alright. That's probably why certain people gotta do that. And they ain't got no choice. Because they ain't allowed in. It never happened. You can be around all kinds of shit, don't mean you're of it. But good lord, it's always shocking. Just shocking, I tell you, to hear the next things, or the things I've been, but I ain't been. And that people absolutely closest to me know I ain't been. And then for everybody to hear that, and even they're like, the fuck is being said about you, but bro, best thing you do is ignore it. I have for eons. Yeah, but that's the word tonight. And this is also why you don't want people in. Because people like that, if they're privileged anything real about you, they just twist that shit and use it to fucking deflect and all stuff on neuroses and fucked up shit and schizophrenia shit. Fucking diabetes, narcissistic, fucking spoiled brat, fighting shit, deflecting shit. I ain't got time for none of this shit, never have my whole fucking life. Luckily, I had a stationary that also ignored all that shit. Taught me how well to ignore that shit. Only thing to hold on to inside of hurricanes, man. Taught me better to be. Hold on to inside of hurricanes, man. To be better than shit. Taught me better to be. We were all unfortunately surrounded. So it is what it is, man. It's always funny though. Never fails to fucking amuse me. Whatever, man. I guess. It's wild as shit though. Even if you know it's a thing, look how many times you come upon it or know it's occurred, which is basically 24/7. You still sometimes like, fucking for real. What happened next? Fuck. Jackasses. Whatever you say. Wow. So anyway, I touched this button. Okay. I touched this damn button earlier. And I wish I had, quite frankly. Oh dear. Shake it. Fuck is this stupid shit? Who was this? Oh, this dumb shit. Before I get to that dumb shit, um, see if it's this one.
At 5, an update to the investigation into Summer Wells' disappearance.
The Hawkins County Sheriff says the child's parents, Don Wells and Candace Bly, are not cooperating in this ongoing investigation.
And is the family still cooperating? I know you said, obviously, Don's there, but like the mother and all those other people, are they still cooperating?
No, they're not cooperating right now. They have attorneys.
Meanwhile, today marks the second day officials are.
I just. Not since the day I heard that. If I ever believed that man meant attorneys, I don't know what it is. Just the sound of things, maybe. But I still feel like to this day, and it's a feeling I cannot shake, that that man in no way meant attorneys. when he said that. That's just in my opinion. I could be wrong. I often am. But there's just been something since I heard that. Instantly, I was like, that man does not mean attorneys. Like it was that. Like, that man does not mean attorneys. I don't know what the hell that man means. But I don't think he means attorneys. I feel like he does not mean attorneys. Multiples. The man said attorneys. Which even I often misquote as lawyers. But here they're sort of interchangeable, but I've never in all the years since heard that ever once thought that man meant attorneys. Maybe the hell he did. But it's just one of those things I can't shake. In the course things I don't know this. To me, I just don't feel like that man meant attorneys. And at that time, I was sort of left puzzled too because, like, why in the fuck would you wait that long to say that? When I knew by like the first couple weeks, those two had plans not to cooperate, and said there was talk of at least hiring an attorney, but they weren't going to cooperate with Hawkins. They would cooperate with the feds. Uh, I was like, oh, whatever. So why wouldn't that have been said that early on if that had been the case? Or hell, maybe that was a lie. Or who the hell really knows? Though I don't think so because, wasn't long after those times that those guys were like, yeah, ain't nobody telling us shit. Won't blah 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 this, won't blah 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 that. Okay, well, whatever. Couldn't really blame uh, say much about that. But sort of so many things at once. But I'm like, why that year? Why that month? Why that time? Why that day? Out of all of them. I'm like, bro, I don't think I've made many attorneys. Maybe I'm wrong. Still feel that way though. For reasons of my own, and maybe it's just because, maybe my own dots are wrong. But, maybe I'll never know, but just feel like that man did not mean attorneys. And then considering what comes next throughout the day. On that particular day. My cat's real disappointed in me. He left, threw around a toy, and went into my bed. He's pissed off. He's like, fuck her. She dropped me. He is so mad. Well, I can do that. Why would I do that, though? Anyway. Buttons. Sorry. So, I touched this. I don't know what the hell compelled me to. It was in recommended, I believe. Got a couple minutes in. I think like 3, 4. God, it's advertising a frog to me or something. I don't know. Poison apple.
Like a penguin walking. That's what my mother-in-law said as I walked to the kitchen to grab another plate of food on my wedding day. If you've got pink...
What the hell kind of algorithms are happening here? Have y'all ever thought about stopping and punching the face of your mother-in-laws if they say something like that to you? You ever thought about that? That's probably a better solution than putting up that bullshit for the rest of your goddamn life around or near it, as opposed to going on a goddamn diet you don't want to get one. True story. Alright, anyway. So I touch this fucking loser's button over here.
All right, so we got some footage out of one of the Facebook groups of Seth. It looks like he's going down in front of the police station and yelling in front of the media about his frustration with his son being missing for 15 months. Let's roll the clip.
Now I knew in the title. The title had to be clickbait. The loses it was capitalized. The still missing was capitalized. Yeah. Total tragedy, pimping, right? Clickbait. Like, alright. He points finger. Police loses it on reporter, blah, blah. And here, this one is miscategorizing it. So you know he's yelling at the police or whatever the fuck, right? That tragedy pimp language, I'll tell you what. They get y'all every time, don't they? I just wanted to see what kind of fucking shenanigans were going on over there.
For the police station and yelling in front of the media about his frustration.
He was at the police station and yelling in front of the media, blah, 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 about his frustration.
With his son being missing for 15 months. Let's roll the clip.
My son's been missing for 15 months. And they don't care. I would love to see them actually conducting more searches. I'd like to have some communication on the tips that have come in just with me, so that I know that when a tip comes in, I'm not following up on what job they're supposed to. We need more than.
Well, they're probably not giving you that because you might feed it out to the tragedy pimps. I warned this fella in the first few days, just like I did Chris. I warned this fella, and I know he hadn't seen me. I know he did. I told him the fuck was gonna happen when he got wound up around this water dipshits. I warned him. I warned him it'd be the opposite thing he'd ever want to do. And if he wanted his son found, to never, ever, ever get near these motherfuckers, damn well, what do you do? I don't know, they're not. Still see him talking about his son, which is fine, and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches or something being on some type of, I think, toasted peanut butter sandwiches. And my heart broke for him as I watched that chat. You know. Quietly in the bushes I watched, you know. What you do, all you can do is warn. You can tell them. And I did. Did. I think Chris got on a little quicker, but still isn't. Doesn't, but a little better than this one. Whatever. I warned him. Yep.
Than just one set of eyes on this case, but it all falls on my shoulders to ask people following up on what job they're supposed to. We need more than just one set of eyes on this case, but it all falls.
You need more than one set of eyes. Gotta get it, man. No, you need real ones. Not tragedy pimp ones, not bullshit ones. That's what you needed and will always need. Unfortunately, the bullshit ones overwhelm, inundate, and move out and push away the real ones. That's what the fuck they do. Distract them, send them here, there, every fucking where. They get in a little, like, earworms of people around, or parents of, make them think stuff. I mean, not all. I mean, there's that one dad in Idaho 4. Oh, oh dear. Same one Olivia and them got a hold of it. I mean, like, but they seem more susceptible to. And, fit particular criteria things that make them more spongy too. Um, the others do not. And then the earworms of the tragedy Pentville getting it, them doing stupid shit. Alright. Making them believe they're really helpful and shit. It's like tragedy upon tragedy, man.
On my shoulders to ask people to help find my son. My son means something to me. These people should be doing their job. It's a federal oversight law on places like CPS, DCS, the Amber Alert, getting it redone, and taking it out of people's hands that don't care about the children. A parent
like that, like someone's got this man thinking that it needs to be taken away from or call out or cry out to take it from police department. It's blah blah and federal getting some milk. I just can't imagine who that would be around here. It's like the push to have certain things or summer's case declared cold that way. Certain others could get their little dirty hands on it. Or then if it's declared removed in certain ways, more likely to come across papers or be given things or releases they normally wouldn't if, I just, imagine that.
demands answers. We demand answers because our heart is missing. He is my world. I need him. I need him back with me.
The viral 30-second pink salt trick that melts fat was actually featured on the Today Show. But for those who missed it, there's so much to break down in this clip right now, man. First and foremost, man, I feel sorry for the man and the frustration that he's having. I think I might tag Seth Rogers in this video. So if you haven't viewed this, if you haven't viewed the comments, you're free to say whatever you want. Man, Seth Rogers.
Of course you'll tag him in. Of course you will. You've been trying to get your little paws in there the hardest. You had to try to use C and D to get all up in there. Any other cases and a couple of those local ones, and even they were like, I know I'm best. Yep. So of course you'll tag. I mean,
I feel your frustration, dude. The problem is, man.
I'm gonna doubt that. Anybody else doubt that? Anybody? I doubt. This jackass feels the frustration of a parent with a missing child who doesn't maybe quite get the Dumbo circle jerk by this crowd being pulled on him, and it's how it's affecting. I don't know, man. Yeah, I doubt it. I doubt this asshole feels the same type of frustration.
Is the people who you aligned yourself with, right, on this platform to help find the people who you aligned yourself with, man, Seth Rogers. I feel your frustration, dude. The problem is, man, is the people who you aligned yourself with, right, on this platform to help find your son, are directly people who have attacked other fathers and mothers in the same spot as you.
always like the people you've aligned yourself with. Like, should there really be alliances and teams? No. No. Yep. Thing is, they're on one. Even this jackass. So I don't care what he tells you. I know he is. If y'all ain't caught on yet, I don't know what to tell you. Anyway. Like, what?
I've recently heard you on your own platform, on your own channel, say that your son will not become Summer Wells. I mean, unfortunately, how's that working out for you? I don't know how you.
That's weird. Are you watching him all the time? With your sent over beautiful sunflower to follow him the fuck around every step of the way? Yours, PG's, everybody else, you're trying to make. You know what? Fuck it. Mm-hmm. You don't say. No, shit. A group's, sunflower. Strange thing that. Anyway. Uh, yeah. What do you mean how? But, okay, there's so many points to be made there.
You know, I've recently heard you on your own platform, on your own channel, say that your son will not become Summer Wells. I mean, unfortunately, how's that working out for you? I don't know how you would even say something like that, but I bring that up because of your frustration in these institutions. You bring.
Well, that's a dick thing to say. There, Dumbo. But, how's that working out for you? Because of his alliances. I don't know if he just aligned with the right tragedy pimps. All the stars in the universe would come together, and his son would suddenly be found. By what? And by whom? Dumbo here, who fights the police and sells date rape drugs, or by Bullhorn Battery Betty, or fucking Psycho Benny, or goddamn, I don't know, fucking Oodles and Poodles. Like, fucking Prayer Garden gonna go out there and bust a move? I mean, what? I mean, like, which dumbass motherfucker like a Jim Terry, or a, hell, there's already 3 or 4 over there in Sebastian's. I can't keep them straight. Something about a fucking hat. Somebody's got a dick out of their pants on live stream, and there was one that was fired, I think, from Dylan's number. I don't know. Some jackass pretend to be in whatever helpful something around them. Some fucking meteors. I don't know. I'm sure there's script writers or something over in that motherfucker too. You never know. Anyway, but like, what? Some bullshit search crews as opposed to real ones that are run off by those like jail armor belts and boots on the ground, following every move, where they don't need to be, and it gets them to quit, so the jackasses can inevitably move in some sort of fucking search team that only really want to use everything, some goddamn goodwill fucking type financial fucking crime shit. pay system. Everybody's fucking volunteer for the top three, and then they get paid $4 million a year. You know, some dumb shit like that. They hit the ground, go to the same damn places. Those like JLR and everybody else already filmed it in. Real searchers already did. Whoop de fucking do. And then they get online and they talk about it. Inevitably, some fake ass dog handler, some douchebag wannabe diver, some asshole like a Ryan, a fucking Don B, a fucking jackass or 12 following Serafina or Bella Slunge somebody's goddamn stupid pins in the hell. You know? And the fuck? Will them go solve it? Hell no. Ooh, but you gotta make the right alliances. Right? I mean, don't get me wrong. There's some around here that'll have you eat alive as the parents of a missing or murdered child. They'll have you eaten alive on purpose by other pieces of the group, right? Tormented into oblivion, slandered, lied upon, chat's working right, enact so much shit in your real life, you'll feel like the world's ending, on top of it actually already ending for you, make you look however the fuck terrible they like, and then on the other side of it, those same people will act like the nice guys that aren't conducting that shit to be done to you. And be like, look, if you just come to us, oh, we'll make it stop. And then suddenly, if you talk to them and interact with them, you give them all the things. Well, then suddenly the internet gets to be a nice place. And you get buttoned up and fancied up, and then Ellie and pieces are actually listed where they say, but these people have never been suspects or whatever of any kind, and you know, it's been since day one. But parents or people around them want to make the online that goes real life terror stop, and the slander and libel and all. And then it just magically does, as long as they cooperate with the right alliances, right? Fucking seeing that shit over here too. Anyway, I'm just trying to figure out which alliances with what YouTubers and their douchebag experts and everybody else to insert, move out all the real ones. Parents and family and everybody else around, you know, survivors, fighters, and victims have to make in order to have their missing or murdered loved ones found or cases solved or stuff like that. Because I gotta tell you, I've yet to see any case murdered or missing loved one found or case solved by any of these tragedy pimps, even in the cases way before Summer's until now, no matter which alliances the parents or loved ones chose. What's the secret, like, Sega remote control code you've got on? What's the button cheat code you gotta do before the game starts? You know, to get that to happen. What is that exactly? Huh? Yep. I'm asking for a small friend named Summer, actually, and all the others in your all's wake still missing. Uh, are the remains of little ones still out there? even if people are incarcerated for what law enforcement, their families clearly never murdered. Yeah, it's weird y'all moved on from those like they ain't shit, right? I don't see y'all still screaming for them to be found, brought uh, home with their loved ones to be laid to rest. Nope, y'all just move right along. Who cares about them babies still out there? Right? I see y'all going out there boots on the ground now looking for them, do you? Shit, where's JLR at with a poster hitting the ditch line? Fake searchers, who's got the drone this week? Nah. I don't know, as far as I can tell, it seems to always be law enforcement, feds, and real agencies and searchers that solve these things, no matter what alliances, um, with the same team pretending to not be the same team, right? Same fucking giant criminal organization functioning as, what, yeah. I've yet to see, no, no, always seems that everybody like it's the, real law enforcement agencies that, solve these cases despite all of you and your fucking bullshit sales tactics like alliances. Don't you think the parents and loved ones and such of missing and murdered and better shit to do than put up with all y'all motherfuckers and your stupid gameplay? It's goddamn 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 900 Methuselah-year-old pieces of shit online and making them pick or choose or team sports or inundating them or recorded calls or this, that, and the other. Oh my god, it up and, contenting it up. Do you think that they're going through enough, man? Fuck is wrong with you people? I hate you. You're disgusting. Freaking. Ugh. Ugh. Love your sales pitches, though. It always sounds good. It somehow brings dipshits in to watch this shit and really think you're ever gonna do a goddamn thing. Hell, at first, some of y'all can get anybody to have a little hope. Yeah, well, okay, maybe this is a good idea, maybe, but no. Not if they're around long enough to become aware. They start seeing you rather quickly and realize you all are goddamn nightmares. And the worst thing on earth. Anyway, that's the whole thing to be like, yeah, well, you made the wrong alliances, dude. Oh, you didn't want your son turning somewhere else? Well, that's unfortunate. You made the wrong alliances. Come to frozen iguana brain over here. Come to him. He'll help you solve it. Fuck out of here.
CPS. Unfortunately, how's that working out for you? I don't know how you would even say something like that, but I bring that up because of your frustration in these institutions. You bring CPS up. Don Wells has been screaming that for years now. He's been screaming.
He didn't bring a DCS thing up. Did y'all hear Seth out there be like, DCS kidnapped Sebastian? No. He just said there was oversight of services, things like that, Sammy. What? And get this, white boy Don's been coming up with that bullshit since Summer fucking vanished, dude. Somebody else wrote it for him. I have proof of that. Yeah, sure do. Somebody else's handwriting wrote that fucking part of the script. Kind of wondering if there's a fucking yellow legal notepad full of bullshit like, no, the next step's Russian organ harvesters. First, we're gonna try the dog trail and the scream, though. Oh, fuck all y'all dudes. Fuck all. And then even Don realized how stupid that sounded. That's the thing. They've kidnapped Summer. I've seen that one lady up here with the other one looking at the eaves of the house like where cameras would be. They kidnapped my daughter. And he realized that was too fucking far out there. And then toned it down to, well, they took her boys. And we don't know about Summer, but they definitely took her boys. And they just went on that. Yeah. And rushed on good harvest. But yeah, I don't think Seth and Don's ways mentioned in DCS even remotely the same. They're dumbass.
Been that for years now. It seems as though like it's all the police's fault now, and this is the thing with a lot of people have a problem with you, sir. When you,
what are you talking about, bro? I'm gonna bet Seth probably thinks that because that's one of the main push-ins by tragedy pimps into the ears of everyone out into the world and into the families and communities as they run each and every case. Part of the script, playbook 101, around every single case. Oh, it's law enforcement, man. Look at them, they're not doing a job for your kid. Nobody knows, nobody's wears, no flyers. Look, police have stopped, and the searches have stopped, and they're not giving updates on, oh my god, they're ineffective, and they're dirty, and they're corrupt, and blah, 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 blah. Look, they're not doing it. Look, see, they're not getting back to you. Right, says all the tragedy pimps that form the alliances into the parents and loved ones here. Look, they're not even sharing info with me. They're not got anything. You need to ask people and get on the news and let us help you. You know why? You know why, dear people, in these cases? And go in the news. Go tell them about it. Go in front of the police office. Go whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you know why I do that? So jackasses like White Boy, these alliances can rotate rooms on your dumbasses on the news, and then you have something to talk about. Well, you blame all the wrong folks and help them with their script writing of law enforcement is this, and failing the parents that, and failing the victims this, and blah blah that. But the reason they're not giving updates, and the reason they're not probably communicating with parents or even those closest to that would normally have information is because of alliances. Maybe attorneys. You never know. The thing is, it's such a mind fuck, man. Yep. But some earworm. And then months ago, like that 04, it did the same thing. They got one believing that cover. Some of the shit these tragedy pimps can do with the right spongy character in these cases, and then have them do for them, and this is why they acquire sole purpose. That's what's in it for it. Do you know how much money and shit comes into this realm and several others across YouTube, like the psychics and the drama, all this shit? Just from little weasels like these bastards, like the Pennies, the Scotts, the Fustoses, the TMs, or else inserting the Crystals doing the dirty work, the Shaves, the Hiltses, the fucking Lips, and all that shit. And a bunch of jackasses that are mid tier, high tier, like Chris, fucking whatever else is in between, and dude, you're only pushing shit, or fucking whatever his name is, Gray Hughes and all that. I mean, do you know what funnels through here if they can hunt down, acquire, and insert in and around families? That's why they take the risk. That's why they do it. It ain't for the babies. It ain't for the women. Body bags are just fucking paydays over here. Shit, the longer they can keep anybody from being found to even be put in a body bag and laid to rest, the better for them, which is now part of the playbook. Right? Give me a fucking break. How long does it take for the world to catch on to this shit? I don't know. Whatever needs.
To incorporate somebody like a Bullhorn Betty, who is known trashy pimp, is just known for attacking missing kids' parents, right, or attacking the police. It's because she doesn't have any education in this, right? She doesn't have a degree in criminology. You know what I mean? She's not on a SAR team. She's not an agent, right? But what she does is either blame the parents or law enforcement.
Does he hold any of those qualifications? Does he even hold a legit journalism card or anything? Last I knew, he just holds a record. Uh, and he is part of that team. I don't know what the fuck he's talking about. Just conveniently branched off when shit was going down to look a separate way about like Ziggy. Ain't nobody got time for this shit.
I don't understand how you, as somebody who's not cleared, as somebody who she, quote, advocates for to be cleared, how do you expect law enforcement, if you're not cleared yourself, how do you expect law enforcement to tell you anything? And I'm glad that you've said the quiet part out loud, because you have been lying for a long time. You've been saying that you've been talking to law enforcement. You and TikTok Tony, he's been also saying this. This is all lies. This is all lies, right? If you're not cleared, they're not going to tell you anything, right? Because you're not cleared. You know how I know that? Don Wells, right? It's crazy.
And then there's where I was like, wait, am I tripping? Hold up. Hold up. Hold up. Did he just outright in the open say Don Wells has not been cleared? And in a way, say that law enforcement is not telling them shit because they're not cleared. Is that what we are to take from that? Were him and Noel screaming, "Ah, bitches, they're innocent. That's why blah blah blah." And has it always been like, "Oh, they took polygraphs best"? Lawson said, "Am I lost here? Am I tripping?" So wait, Seth's not being cleared is what this guy's saying. That's why law enforcement's not telling him anything, according to Lockdown. And the reason Lockdown knows this is because of Donna. But wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So, then let me get this straight. It's not okay for Bullhorn to advocate or scream about support for Seth, I guess. I don't know. But it's okay for Lockdown to scream about um, the attacking of Dawn by people and the parents. Right, the attacking of Candace and Dawn. And to advocate for them. Though he's saying clearly that Dawn's not been cleared. And it's not being given information. What he's saying the same as Seth, he's saying you're not cleared. But, you know, and that you've been lying. Glad you said all the things out publicly. So does that mean just because he's not being cleared according to you publicly that he's lying? Or because he's not being cleared publicly by law enforcement according to you, that he can't be advocated for, or Bullhorn can't be like, protect Seth or whatever. But according to you, Don's not being cleared and is not being getting information, but you're doing that for Don. So does that mean you think Don's lying too? Like you're accusing Seth of lying just because he's not cleared out? I mean, you make this shit make sense. The Lockdown's trying to say here. Because I don't even think this boy sees it. Not that he cares. I don't think his was ever a best interest type of job. Anyway, honestly, half the time it seems like he plays dits just to actually do a double-edged sword job on Don and Candace. I'm like, whoopsies. Sorry, God, it is. But, just my opinion. Anyway, yeah, you make that make sense. And I swear in the beginning I did hear that law enforcement didn't think any of the parents were sus. I swear I heard that somewhere. I could be wrong because I don't keep up with shit. I think some of them took lie detectors, polygraphs as well. I believe. Did they not? Yeah. Either way, I don't understand. He just stood there with no well, they're not screaming at everybody. They're innocent. You know what it means, motherfuckers? And I think for years now we've heard him go, Dr. Phil and Lawson, blah, blah, clear, da, 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 not so, I don't know, whatever, blah, 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 you know? And now, tonight, he's like, sis, you lying, let everything out the open now. You know? She said all the quiet things out in the open or whatever. And you're not clear and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I know that. Dawn. Wait, what? Somebody put the brakes on. What did he just say? So by that same measure, that same standard, does that mean no, it's not cleared? Um, I just, but for some reason, there deserves different treatment than Seth. For some reason, Seth is. But then here you are you not then attacking Seth? You're calling him a liar. He's the parent of a missing child. You're saying it's because he's not cleared. But then you're saying, well, the reason I know you're lying to us and why law enforcement ain't sharing blah blah with you is because of Don Wells. I'm so fucking lost. And I mean, if this is not attacking the parent of a missing child, well, swearing you've got to protect all parents, and none of them should be attacked. While attacking one because what? They've made all the wrong alliances and won't come to you. To do what? Fuck them all over and pretend you're not part of the goddamn group and the team? Y'all ever just stop and listen to these jackasses? Think about it real hard.
The similar situation that you and those people, a degree in criminology, you know what I mean? She's not on a SAR team, she's not an agent, right? But what she does is either blame the parents or law enforcement. You know, I don't understand how you, as somebody who's not cleared, as somebody who she, quote, advocates for to be cleared, how do you expect law enforcement, if you're not cleared yourself, how do you expect law enforcement to tell you anything? And I'm glad that you said the quiet part out loud because you have been lying for a long time. You've been.
And y'all name really any of the tragedy pimps have any of those qualifications? Please? Or that aren't tarnished all to hell? Yeah, there's a bunch of goofballs there went took some modules. Yeah, a few that went for psych degrees but then decided they could make more money online being conners and scammers. Yeah, a few failed fucking police officers, dirty motherfucking cops, that type of shit. Over here for sure. Motherfuckers want to sell cards and books and whatever the hell that is. Sure. And yeah, there's more than a few of you fucking weirdos out here that went and got yourself, like, search certifications. Whoop-de fucking do. Yeah, but that's so you can insert in other cases like that and get around stuff and then bring it back to the tragedy pimps. Alright? Ain't none of us stupid. Anyway. But, yeah, you tell me when, like, chasing or anything, maybe those fucking niggers. Most I've seen around here are people that, like, you know, they're phased this, whatever that, blah blah, a bunch of assholes that decide to use some, degree or another in the laziest manner possible, but make more crypto and shit like that. They weren't good enough to be in office settings anyway, or those hidden and creeping around behind scenes that do have jobs in like hospital settings or inside DCS, CASA, or police departments or court settings that access shit illegally and give it out to tragedy pimps. But last I seen, I don't remember any head of teams of anyone in the alliances get up here having anything wrong about chasing, you know. Sure, about that. A Benny. Yeah, I didn't think so. Right? No. I think the most I've seen from most of the crews is if there's some sort of analysts, usually for some sort of actual stupid company. But then much like the Canadian CIA agent and shit and the Kanika Jink and shit. I mean, like, they can say analyst and you all think it sounds wonderful. You know, that's one of those things. Yeah, well, they work at Burger King and they analyze how many burgers come off the goddamn grill a day. But did they lie to you? Did they really? No. You know, they analyze. Do they work at corporate places like Eastern or otherwise and analyze certain things? Sure. So when they tell you they're an analyst, whatever, or they have, or working for the state in some capacity or something like that, sure they could do it. It doesn't mean they're involved in criminal analysis of any kind. That they're an analyst involved in, criminal investigators, whatever. They love that fucking deep, dark, dirty resume building language around here. It's Canadian intelligence assholery. That's what it stands for. They get by legally. No, I just. Whatever, dude. Anyway. What are you doing? What are you doing? Why are you built like this? What are you doing? Oh dear. I'm not doing it. You already had that. I'm not doing it.
You've been saying that you've been talking to law enforcement. You and TikTok Tony, he's been also saying this. This is all lies. This is all lies, right? If you're not cleared, they're not going to tell you anything, right? Because you're not cleared. You know how I know that?
Or because you're having an alliances team situation with tragedy pimps. that could really be the common denominator in all these cases. Could be that. But boy, you don't want to tell your audience that, because then you might not get to be part of the Alliance. On the like Jedi mission or something. I don't know. Rebel Alliance. I don't know what the fuck. I'm a Star Trek bitch, not a Star Wars bitch. We built different. You know. I may sound like Vader, but I'm definitely a Picard girl, okay?
Don Wells, right? It's crazy the similar situation that you and those parents are in, but the wider of heart that you have gotten away from those people. You've never offered them a conversation. You've never tried.
But the wider of heart you've got away from. Is that like the further you've strayed away from God? Is that what I just heard? Come to the wells. The further in heart you've strayed from the God wells. Is that the fuck I just heard? Holy shit, it's the second coming of the fucking Messiah wells. Maybe I'll be fucking resurrected somewhere before that takeover happens. Holy shit. Imagine. What would those commandments look like? Must do cocaine 7 days a week and lie about all the things? I don't know. Show all the lust and greed and gluttony. I don't know, 7 deadly sins. It'd be a combination of the commandments and the 7 deadly sins. Had a baby. It would. And it definitely operate more along the lines of, it's cool if you just say you're sorry. Have a cracker and some fucking cheap liquor about it. I'm in a mood.
Tried to. If you're going to talk to anybody on the internet, you would think it'd be another set of parents who are going through the same thing as you are, right? But no.
No. No. No. Oh my god, he's trying to lure him in. He's trying to force him to align with Don again. Holy shit. What's happening right now? You don't talk to the wells, you're guilty. Come to a white boy Nazi lockdown. Let's make an alliance. Don wants to conscript you to his cult in Utah. On land he's not quite gotten yet. Holy shit, what the fuck? Not even remotely the same. I think same year as everybody's picked tragedy pits. That Sasso keeps trying to use one parent to branch to the next, like he did. Was it Layla or All Ins? And they're like, hell no. Even locals know about this fuckface. I'm like, oh, he ain't did it. Unfortunately, it's not right yet. God help us all. But I'm like, did that just happen? The further your heart strays from, ew, ew. See, like trying to set up a date. Like, you're not cleared. Dawn's not cleared. Y'all should have coffee about it. Let's all make the right alliances. What the fuck is this? He just won't stop, will he? Alright. Look here, feller. Get up here. What kind of shenanigans you playing? Just lay down. There you go. No. Got it on. What the fuck? Oh my god, you woke the little one up. Why did you go back there and wake your little brother up for? It was a dick move. It was a total dick move, Dracula. Total dick. Anyway, I gotta rewind though. Oh my god, y'all are chaos and anarchy. So I'm gonna rename them. Like, I don't know why you're like this. Bless you. Oh my god. Told y'all they're just built like this. What they are. They ride at like 3 a.m. and then again right before dawn. Yep. Two little fuzzy cowboys. They ride at dawn. Fucking chicken.
Is just known for attacking missing kids' parents. Doing that for years now. It seems as though like it's all the police's fault now, and this is the thing with a lot of people have a problem with you, sir. When you incorporate somebody like a Bullhorn Bay, who is known trashy pimp, who known is just known for attacking missing kids' parents, right, or attacking the police, it's because she doesn't have any education in this, right? She doesn't have a degree in criminology. You know what I mean? She's not on a SAR team. She's not an agent, right? But what she does is either blame the parents or law enforcement. I don't understand how you, as somebody who's not cleared, as somebody who she quote advocates for to be cleared, how do you expect law enforcement if you're not cleared yourself? How do you expect law enforcement to tell you anything? And I'm glad that you've said the quiet part out loud, because you have been lying for a long time. You've been saying that you've been talking to law enforcement. You and TikTok Tony, he's been also saying this. This is all lies. This is all lies, right? If you're not cleared, they're not going to tell you anything, right? Because you're not cleared. You know how I know that? Don Wells, right? It's crazy the similar situation that you and those parents are in, but the wider of heart that you have gotten away from those people. You've never offered them a conversation. You've never tried to. If you're going to talk to anybody on the internet, you would think it'd be another set of parents who are going through the same thing as you are, right? But no.
No, I think those are two separate worlds. Mm-mm. Nope. Um. No. 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 Lord. I had to give the rest of the mashed potatoes to that one jackass who's not going to be satisfied. The other one's trying to stick their head in my cup, despite me just putting out bougie water knives. I don't know the hell they want from me. It's been like an hour and a half since I put ice through there and the bougie water. Y'all are brats. Anyway.
What you do is you have a preconceived notion of. A lot of people have a problem.
Like he is straight trying to sell Dawn to Seth. He's a full-on fucking dating app over here. Is locked down now the fucking DJ of the dating booth on the YouTube streets. He has been trying this for eons. He wants so badly, or somebody, or a team does, for those two to be accepted by or to be seen around other I don't. What is it? The final cleanse in a video game move? What the fuck is that? These sales pitches are shit. Even fucking Eric Estrada's like, back away now. Dog wasn't touching this shit. I don't think any of that's gonna happen here, my dude. Give it a rest already.
With you, sir. When you incorporate somebody like a Bullhorn Bay, who is known trashy pimp, who is known for attacking missing kids' parents, right, or attacking the police, it's because she doesn't have any education in this, right? She doesn't have a degree in criminology. You know what I mean? She's not on a SAR team.
So this asshole though can go online and bully and continue to attack those around and the parent of a missing child if they won't be frenzies with the whales. Is that where the fuck we're at in this? He can go around calling him a liar and being like, you're not cleared. Make friends with whales or else. The fuck? Your team sucks. Blah, 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 blah. It's unfortunate you find yourself in the same place your kid not been found 15 months. Haha. You made the wrong alliances. Oh, but what is this? Is this like a threat? If you're not friends with the whales, that certain alliances can't be made and you can't be cleansed, or the fuck is it? Last I knew, most of the internet is Team Seth anyway. What is Lockdown up to? What kind of bullshit is he's doing? Pick a lane.
An agent, right? But what she does is either blame the parents or law enforcement. You know, I don't understand how you, as somebody who's not cleared, as somebody who she, quote, advocates for to be cleared, how do you expect law enforcement, if you're not cleared yourself, how do you expect law enforcement to tell you anything? And I'm glad that you've said the quiet part out loud, because you have been lying for a long time. You've been saying that you've been talking to law enforcement. You and TikTok Tony, he's been also saying this. This is all lies. This is all lies, right? If you're not cleared, they're not going to tell you anything, right? Because you're not cleared. You know how I know that? Don Wells, right? It's crazy. The similar situation that you and those parents are in But the wider of heart that you have gotten away from those people, you've never offered them a conversation. You've never tried to.
The wider of heart you've gotten away from those people. You've never even offered them a conversation. The further you've strayed from God, Wells. The fuck out of here. Fuck this. What the fuck? Oh, seriously? Does anybody really need another Manson up in the motherfucking world? Oh, fuck on. Boy, I know you ain't this morning. Do you want to be in trouble today? Because that's how you get in trouble today. I like that you're trying to starry night those up, but I prefer you didn't. Jesus.
If you're going to talk to anybody on the internet, you would think it'd be another set of parents who are going through the same thing as you are, right? But no, what you do is you have a preconceived notion of who those people are, right? Of what they've been through. I mean, look at your squad.
What the fuck? You have a preconceived notion. What is this really about? Hold up. Hey, jackass. This kid's missing. As far as I knew, last I knew, and at least Seth is out putting up posters and shit. I actually watched that man touch a blade of grass. I ain't seen him beat anybody online yet. I ain't heard him use the N-word online yet. And so far, I mean, I ain't seen him all doped up with a girlfriend. I ain't seen him take a shit on live yet. Or piss or whatever else. We mean preconceived. I ain't seen him online. Even with Tragedy Pit Brigade all around him, I've not seen him online. Destroying his entire fucking community yet. Or several surrounding communities. Blaming everybody and their fucking brother and dead horses and look here, look there. I ain't seen him having jackasses like you, Jenny, Adrian, Chase, and go do fake fucking hit pieces and shit and making everybody look like this. I ain't seen him using tragedy pimps to target witnesses and such yet. Or other neighbors. I mean, like, I don't know, man. What do you mean about preconceived notions? All that was online. I don't think it any favors anybody. No, no, no. Last I knew, he was not the last person with his child. So no, I don't think situations are in any way similar. His son also disappeared from very nice neighborhood in a nice home in the middle of it. Which should be nice. Has nothing to do with it, but yeah, just did and see Seth inviting a bunch of crackheads over as soon as tape or cops were away from the door, and inviting them in and around other children still left till they too were taken. Yeah, I don't recall crackheads running anywhere around Seth. Onto other neighboring properties and terrorizing shit out or trying to steal cell phones of. Yeah, I don't recall any of that. Mm-mm. No. No, it says two entirely different situations. Yeah. Last I knew, I believe, I swear, Seth said he was at work and they verified that. And so, and did he work at some sort of like police station or something like that, or something? I swear to God, the man did, like he was a guard or some of the police. Am I wrong here? I don't know. Don't keep up with him. Which is a bit different than time and hours of construction. I don't think in any way are those situations different, though y'all always try to make. Hell, every case that Summers y'all make old is just like Summers. No, it's not. No, it's not. None of them are. None of them. But y'all always like, whoa. No, it ain't. You just want to be able to put Summer's name and hashtag alongside whatever case. That way you can double algorithm it. And you know above all else, Summer says. What is this new bender on the further you stray from Christ Wells, though? What is this?
Look at your squad. It's very simple. Everybody who you associate with hates Don and Candace Wells. They have a preconceived notion of it. They put a label on them, and they also have something in common. They just so happen to hate Chris and Katie. Isn't that a coincidence? This is why people.
I've got to share this. You can get car insurance for.
Wait, what? And to buy that bullshit, you have to think that they're indeed.
As low as $22 per month. Take a look. As low as $22.
Have a strong disgust and dislike in some of the things that you do, plus your own behavior and whatever else, right? And I'm just explaining this, man, because I've never seen this before in this community. I've seen people go at parents and whatnot, but you've opened the door, and isn't that a coincidence? This is why people have a strong disgust and dislike in some of the things that you do, plus your own behavior and whatever else, right? And I'm just explaining.
But people aren't allowed to have their own opinions or disgust or whatever at C&D. And forming it's a preconceived notion. Is he trying to sell us like a false prophet thing here? What's happening? Is Don aware that white boys out here trying to pimp his ass out on these streets in order to acquire Seth Rogers? remember when his jackass in the very beginning was trying to do the same thing to get Chris and Katie around on again. And he's like, oh, I think they've spoken at least once or something. Remember that? The fuck is going on here? You have any clue, buddy? The fuck part of the book is this that they're on now? Is this like a new chapter they're beginning? Now they're gonna try to sell the. Oh shit. No. There it is then. Ever on them as Daisy. Huh. But then that didn't work out. Either. They keep trying to make it so.
This man, because I've never seen this before in this community. I've seen people go at parents and whatnot, but you've opened the door and created something a little bit different. And you should have this explanation by all means. I don't understand how you can sit there and blame the police out of frustration, right? When you have your own friends, right? Who are all talking shit about the police themselves, and then you guys come in and say not.
Whoa! But C&D and blame police, DCS, everybody in the Brother Dead Horse, whatever service, Russians, we don't know. Cartels, you know. And, their team is damn sure done it. But it's different for Seth. Or his team. Part of that playbook, though, where do you remember at a certain time it started being a call for them to hand the case over to others, or that it's went cold, or it needs to be blah blah, or more eyes on it. I think that's where they're at in Sebastian's right now. Definitely earworms, right, happening there. And this time, instead of bullhorn yelling anything or whatever, MGL, it's enclosed offices and shit. They've got Seth to it. But he's not yelling. He didn't yell at nobody. He wasn't screaming at nobody. Wasn't nothing like what those assholes making it seem like. Cause I went and looked at the damn real news piece.
To do that, and we do know that you only work with certain people. We do know that you are the general, so they can only do what they're told. Look, I'm speaking about YouTube because this is my space. This is what I do, and you're frequently on it, right? But in this clip, you're talking about You want to know the tips, right? You want to know the tips. And how come there's no searches? Listen, man, I know somebody who was searching. Stephen Crabtree. He was out there. And hey, you know what? You want to say that he was doing dope? Hey, well, tell me another person on your team that was out there searching. Was Blue Gum?
So he should have kept Crabtree on dope because Josh went down there searching. What the fuck? Excuse me? Yeah, hell. Looks like Seth actually fires those, or gets rid of those running like they mutates and shit instead of keeping them around after they're inserted and found out to be on dope, or like the Caymanellis or the Ziggies or everybody else on the goddamn hill visiting on the dope. Yeah, I don't know, man. Or this one, who was allegedly cut off from the rest of the crew and not voted A because probation, this there, blah blah, probation, I don't know. But because of drug use, well, they too weren't doing the stuff. I don't know. And then having some y'all here print them fake COVID cards and commit illegal acts, and I just, fuck it. Whatever y'all doing over here, but yeah. And what's he mean? At least I knew a guy was out there searching, grabbed you searching. You could fire him because he was on the open. But was Blue Gumballs? I don't know. Were you locked down? Team Wells there, boy? Were you? Did you and Noel in here? Did you spend every second looking for somewhere? Did you just get on the roof and pull a fly like an eagle or some shit? Or spend your time filming what would be hit pieces for later use that were obvious lies and blatant bullshit. Like a sixth rate Jenny, Adrian, and chasing type of way. What were you doing? Oh, wait, you did come by here to see my candles in my window, you freak bag. You did plan on pulling a bullhorn and yelling outside of that because you were so unaware of all the facts from someone's case you thought I lived in there. So before you came here, you were going to have Noel scream and yell and raise hell where you thought I lived in order to get a reaction and for me to come out. Because you two twats thought I still lived on me. Like, tell us what you did. In the curiosity way, did you go hunt down a strip club from 30 fucking decades ago and get the wrong one, but not just the wrong one, but the wrong one? Like, what'd you do while you? Did you put up a couple posters? I've seen you once put one or two up in Florida that were so badly taped you couldn't even tell it was summer anymore. I don't know. What did you do while you? And then the rest times you ain't come back. Couldn't make here after months of raising funds to come back. You decided not to. Especially when you realize when you and Augur last time that none of those families were going to take you in as their spokesman here locally on their missing loved ones' cases. Man, what the fuck's the point then? You know? I don't know, man. You didn't quite make it back, did you? Anyway, I'd love to know if he got any footage. Did he go out on any search of what he do? And I didn't see anything yet. He got on a roof that one time, though. We're certain of that. And he come back with a couple line-ass hit pieces to target people. We inconvenient and asked for. By teams I guess, of the right alliances.
Balls out there in the woods. That dude had a heart attack in 20 seconds. Betty wasn't. I mean, take what you can get. Take what you can get. But he's either threatened with a lawsuit.
At least, no, actually, Bullhorn and him telling him, I see him near a tree. They went a couple places. They did walk around. They did yell at closed buildings. The jailer jumped out in a few ditches a few times with a poster. He pays people from smithereens. We didn't even see you and Noel get up to that much. So comparatively, meh. They did some B&Es. They bought some camouflage clothing and volunteer orange. They got drunk a few times. I don't know. We don't know. But, meh.
Scared off, or all these digs. And with the lawsuit, what is that, dude? How do you file a lawsuit on creators who are speaking about your kid and you want them silenced? And then you double down and
oh my gosh. The poor creators. They're being silenced. Oh God, how dare them. How dare anyone around the case of silence. Only thing is, that entire thing should have included all of them as defendants on it. There should have been plaintiffs and defendants, all tragedy pimps in the same circuit. Somehow, wildly enough, some as defendants and some as plaintiffs, when all of them are the same goddamn team. And there are no true, quote, alliances. I mean, they fight over the preferred meat and collars, of course, shit like that, but, like, what are you carrying on about? But yeah, the poor try. You want your kid found, but you want these creators silenced, and they're you. Yeah, I ain't seen any of y'all being able to speak. Make up bullshit. All that. Poor creators. They're being silenced. No, they're getting shit like that put in motion so it makes a bigger splash in content. And fucks around with courts and law enforcement and tampers and misuses services and overwhelms the inundates and drags shit on and makes goddamn spectacle of shit so the content makers and their buddies on the other half of the lawsuits can be like, well, they're all actually like, that's the fuck is going on here.
ask the question as of why isn't anyone talking about your son? Well, isn't this what you wanted? Didn't you want to be quiet? We don't know. We don't know.
He's not asking for more creators. He's asking for law enforcement. At least still somewhat. I encourage more law enforcement, less tragedy. Law enforcement, not tragedy. But they're not going to while tragedy pimps keep doing this. It's just not going to happen.
You can call me crazy and everything. This term hate channels that your team has created. Call me crazy.
But no. No, the term hate channel's been around way before even Summers. He's always like, if Cam was Christopher Columbus, this motherfucker like the 40th rate of that too, whatever that is.
But the hate channels seem to have more interest in your son than your.
What if I told you raising your credit score in 2025 could feel as easy as snapping your finger? Well, now it can be.
Than your own team.
But the hate channels have more interest in your son than your own team. It's because it's a group, so it works. And if they have more interest in it, say hashtag his name while dragging the shit out of it. They hashtag Sebastian, the Summers, and whoever else, and they drag the shit out of everything. They convolute and fuck up and just bleh, whatever the fuck they want, and destroy whatever they want, and make sides, teams, alliances seem like, and it is nothing about the children, the missing, the murdered, their families, any that, or support for. Just because you put a child's face there and hashtag while you do the worst things on goddamn earth does not mean that channel or those creators didn't have more interest in that child than, yeah, give me a break. No, their only interest is clawing on and hashtagging and doing whatever the fuck they please online, destroying shit, which is absolutely detrimental to actually helping that child or woman or survivor, fighter, victim, or family. No, define interest. Because while you have the pictures up and the hashtags up and whatever else, the damage you do within those lives, and you create false is actually the very thing making the person go without being found, case not being solved longer. Common denominator is tragedy, vamp, y'all, in all this. So define interest. Please. Interest is in, are you talking about interest and dividends and payouts and cryptos as far as the investment squad? Is that what you're talking about? Because it seems like who's left to pay that interest is the missing or murdered victim, their families, their communities, and law enforcement and the justice system. And I mean that's pretty simple math problem, today. To equate common denominators, to work that out. Basic reasoning, common sense. And no, I said common sense, not con man sense. See? that was funny. It's really not, but you gotta laugh where you can.
Call me crazy. And when I say the channels, that goes for them and all their supporters. Have the real interest here. Do we call the shit out? Absolutely. But you're not privy to any tips the police get. You're not privy because you're not cleared. I'm not saying that you did anything or you didn't do anything, sir.
Or maybe it's because tragedy pimps. Maybe it's because of that. Could be that. I think it's that more than anything. Could be that. I bet it's that. Okay. You're laying down too. Watch out. You're likely to fall.
But you're not cleared. If you were cleared, if they know everything is Gucci about you, they could tell you everything, right? But could they though?
What?
Because you're not ever happy with anything either. That you did anything or you didn't do anything, sir. But you're not cleared. If you were cleared, if they know everything is Gucci about you, they could tell you everything, right? But could they though? Because you're not ever happy with anything either. You know,
Where the fuck's the segue with that? Holy shit.
you guys have been caught in so many lies that it's hard for people to take things serious. Earlier in this video, I was thinking about how you look. You said you're out there searching, and then you admit that you were just driving around. Yes, been calling out since day one. You were not out there searching because you're not supposed to. Law enforcement doesn't want you to search. Now, how this goes: the same way that you can't get information because you're not cleared, the same way that you said the police were giving you information, you and TikTok Tony, right? We're getting it, and now you're just admitting out of frustration that they're not talking to you.
Okay, I've actually seen that guy walk around. Secondly, driving around still and whatever. And once again, must we point out that I don't care where you are mostly in the country, but you just can't go like anywhere you like. I don't care who you are, you can go on public shit, you can go on this there, You just can't be like, hey, I see this nifty house in this place, this land, and I just want to walk onto it. So I'm gonna. It's trespassing. Yeah. So, I mean, there's really. I don't know why they always do that. You know? I've screamed that shit for years. Fuck, there's only so many places, even if parents looked every day, that they can legally access. You know? Or go to. Most of those places are gonna be public. You know? There's somebody will give them access to whatever, but you know, a lot of people also, if tragedy pimps weren't attached to the parents in this nightmare and shit, would probably give parents and families and real searchers access to those. But they don't want this fucking circus anywhere near them or their properties. They're doing what tragedy pimps do, which is they often seem to, weirdly move shit around or touch things. Nobody wants that. Right? So, often what could be accessed without tragedy pimps is no longer accessible and nobody will allow because you assholes are attached. See how that works? Yeah, but they're only, otherwise she's gonna be like riding it here. Whatever's legal and accessible to the public for the most part. Or you can suck a dick of a monster to get access to, or pay enough for after you suck a dick of a monster through to get there. Just whatever.
You've done this a million times in the case, right? Your team will clean it up. We'll call it out, right? And somehow it's Chris and Katie's fault. It's always Chris and Katie's fault. This is why, man, I'm just coming to you on a gentle way to do this about how some people feel.
On a gentle way to do this? Does he even speak English? Ever?
Some type of way about some of your actions. You're frustrated. You want more people talking about your son more. Here's
He's not asking for more tragedy, Pimps. That's not what that man said. And this guy who proclaims not to attack the parents of missing or murdered children is attacking one. Mostly it seems because Seth won't date Dawn. I'm confused.
Here's an open invite. Look, you're in open litigation, right? With some of the hate channels, whatever the hell that is. At least we're not the protection order channels. Look, man,
He put hate channels in air quotes. And then he included himself. Does Seth think White Boys hate channel? I bet he does, because Seth likes Josh. Good Lord. White boy Nazi is in his fields, you know.
you want to come on the show? Don't bring TikTok Tony because you're a grown man. I don't need him to speak for you. You can say whatever you want. You say whatever you want.
Then why do you need to speak for Dawn? I have questions.
I wonder if you would ever, do that. Or would you ever come over to these hate channels and just have a conversation with them? Or does everything that the Green Team say about people, is it so on point? Is it so correct? You know, from the beginning of this, I'm sitting back and this case reminds me, especially of the Summerwell's case. I know that doesn't sit well with you, but I say this out of a part of my heart. Look, man, your team has gotten.
Did you cut that? Hold on.
From the beginning of this, I'm sitting back and this case reminds me, especially of the Summerwell's case. I know that doesn't sit well with you, but I say this.
You cut that. What'd you cut out? Whatever you cut out's what I want to see. We ain't ever gonna. Oh, you must fuck.
Out of a part of my heart. Look, man, your team has gotten nothing right in the Summerwell's case. They have gotten zilch nothing right. Your entire Green Team has completely failed and only smeared the parents in that case, right? Your spokesman says that you only work with approved creators, right? And I don't speak for everybody in the hate channels. But you're out there yelling at the news. You're out there saying tips. You're out there saying not enough searches. You're out there, there's receipts everywhere saying, why isn't anybody talking about your case?
The instant relief for snorers in 2025.
How's any different than Candace and Dawn? Right? They only spoke to the friendly channels. And then the only time they speak to the unfriendly ones was, if those immediately rolled over on their bellies. And it helps then like a 2 or 3 day or week for the belly rollover to go, oh, no, now that we've talked, we're Team Wells. Everybody's good. And became a cult thing. And then they could have access to it. And then they would speak to him. It's like this whole thing. It was pretty gross to watch so years. Or unless you targeted who the teams said to for, made them all happy and tingly and such, then
Hey, stop.
they won't come visit. Did y'all notice what time period that happened in the Summer Wells case on YouTube for lockdown? You may notice that? I got an exact date for it, which other creators are involved in it. And it literally happened overnight. It was the wildest shit. If by wild you mean predictable as fuck. Yep. I literally have the live streams one night to the next and people and pause involved in the background shit on it. But yeah. It's pretty blatant. Watched for years as some events started out unbiased, just seemed like they were truly trying to investigate or get to the bottom of shit. And then slowly rolling their belly up. And being turned from what seemed like at least moderately normal human beings into absolute goddamn monsters overnight, willing to go to any lengths. Yeah. Put out lies that like, you ever hold receipts on people saying they have absolute knowledge of certain things that mean certain people are not, anything or whatever that they have knowledge of, so, and then going for years and after going belly up out in front of the world, and targeting the fuck out of you and pretending they're unaware of certain things and don't hold knowledge of, and their first thoughts were, and they had enough evidence to know that then what they set out in front of the world for years or did to people was, that's also a good thing to have to present in court against them if they had prior knowledge. And did certain things, said certain things before, and therefore they can't feign ignorance on what they did for years after that. And that it wasn't intentional. And they can't play that bullshit either, that it wasn't purposeful or directed, or that they were ignorant of. but they absolutely knew prior and then did all that shit. It's real helpful in course. I hold shit like that on most of the creators and their little research teams and otherwise. But yeah, it's done. I've seen it. Got proof and evidence of it and how it works. How it's working in Sebastian's same song and dance. And that there are indeed directors of it. Have you ever heard any such thing in the news? Like, can you imagine watching a legit news piece or an interview like on 2020, 48 hours, any of that, with any crime, whatever, and like Leslie Stahl or Barbara Walters or anybody, and them sitting down with families or whatever running crime, and be like, all right, so which team are you? Who are you aligned with? I don't ever want to hear that on a legitimate interview ever in my life. I think most of the world be like, the fuck did I just say? What do you mean teams and alliances and real crimes and missing and murdered women and children's kid? What? The fuck did Barbara Walters just say? Leslie Stahl said what? Rose did, huh? What the fuck just happened here? ID Channel said what? 6 o'clock news journalist said hi. Excuse me? Fuck is this? The goddamn Hunger Games? But worse. The fuck? That's how you know this place is fucked. You really think that should exist? Do you really? Team this, team that, alliance, whatever. Really? That tastes alright. Sounds alright, yo. I mean, because it don't mean. What the fuck is this shit? It ain't normal. It's what it ain't. Can you imagine, like, you're thrust into a situation like that? You're on the fucking 5 o'clock news, and journalists is like, which team are you? What are your alliances in the death or murder of your missing loved one or child? Tell us. What? Or even the fucking the parents or loved ones. This place in the tragedy pimps, once they touch them and acquire them, they've got them even saying stupid shit like that. Alliances in this team and that team. Oh, fuck. Sounds stupid. It's like, And it sounds so stupid eventually, even real journalists and shit have a problem being able to pick it up in a legitimate way that people are like. And then they mostly have to just concentrate on jerkwads like the tragedy pimps when they're in town doing whatever the fuck it is around these cases in order to even get the child's face out there. Which is fucking ridiculous. And I know most real journalists hate it. So.
Boring. You have scared, intimidated, threatened the few searchers that came from this space of YouTube. And there are creators who you're trying to silence now presently. You've just lost a massive thing in court.
How many of you tried to silence and shut up and bullied and stuff for the Wells there locked down? And for whoever you're patty caking with and in cahoots and alliances with. I mean, if you try to shut the fuck up in silence because somebody asked or wanted, huh? Bullied, intimidated, and came back with false, made up bullshit in order to target via your platform online in order to intimidate, silence, discredit, bully, and harass. You dumb motherfucking donkey here. Who'd you do that for again? And that you left your own state and announced to the world that was your intention before getting here. Well, can't say it was a last minute thing or you just decided to. Now, can you? Carried through with what you came here for. Harassment, bullying, followed through on your intention. You left state lines to do it, crossed many, went back, and did the dirty work. Yeah, looks like.
Why not try to utilize everybody? Why not try to, if you're going to go on a Christian channel and then even an atheist channel, then why would you segregate, block, separate the YouTubers who don't think?
What the hell? If you're gonna go on a Christian channel and even an atheist channel, then why not hate you? So, Jesus propaganda wells. It's a full cult, isn't it? Is awakening gonna make Don the pastor? Is that the next step in this? What's happening right now?
Favor or say the most polite things about you. If you're willing to go against, you have scared, intimidated, threatened the few searchers that came from this space of YouTube. And there are creators who you're trying to silence now presently. You've just lost a massive thing in court. Why not try to utilize everybody? Why not try to, if you're going to go on a Christian channel and then even an atheist channel, then why would you segregate, block, separate the YouTubers who don't favor?
Is YouTuber a religion now? Is it a protected class? Christian, atheist, and YouTuber. Why are you gonna separate and block YouTuber if you'll visit a Christian or an atheist? My God, YouTuber's now a religion. I mean, I know it's a cult over here, mostly. I mean, might as well fucking be. You gotta be stupid and gullible and meet certain criteria to buy this bullshit and be part of it. Be sucked in the propaganda, the Kool-Aid. Like, you want some Jim Jones to go with that today while you're listening to Prayer Garden, you know? I mean, do you feel like being like the Haley's Comic Crew or whatever that is? Christian, atheist, and YouTuber. Got it. Holy shit. And atheism is not a religion. It's the lack of. Oh. So Christian and YouTuber? Rock on. Holy shit. Oh. The Book of the Damned. Fucking vampires. Holy shit. Who knew YouTuber was a religion? Join the cult. Something like $1.99 to like $5.99 or something. I don't know. Shit. He really just said that. He began with Jesus Christ Wells there. And no, that was not me making fun of it little ones. So let's not even go there. That's me making fun of Daddy cult, pretending to be religious and damn well ain't. But like, the hell? You started dating that Jesus cult, sucking in Seth to Dawn. Now he's ending on this bender of visiting Christian or atheist channels and then acquainting with YouTuber. I Well, his brain's fried from the sun and frozen iguanas.
Or say the most polite things about you. If you're willing to go against God himself, you're willing to go against Jesus, who you believe in. You're willing to put Jesus all the way to the side.
Okay, I thought that's as bad as we were getting. That was wrong. That was wrong. I was somehow wrong. See, now I'm shocked. I didn't think it get any worse. I thought it couldn't get any worse when he was like, "You've strayed too far from the heart of the wells." And then, and now, is this a joke? See, I thought I was tripping in the first 4 minutes or so of this motherfucker. After that, everything's just been a surprise to me as much as it is you all, but I did not expect to find us here. Not where I expected this to lead. Because I had pieces I wanted to put in here. I wasn't even going to go this far with this piece. But I was curious the more, like, what the fuck did you say? And so I've continued on, but I'm still maybe going to put in those pieces I wanted to. What is this? You're going to hell, buddy. He's going to hell. I don't think he's supposed to do this. I don't think the Bible condones this. I think Jesus speaks against this very thing. What the hell just happened? I'm gonna rewind that, because I don't even know. I'm so shocked it left my brain.
Intimidated, threatened the few searchers that came from this space of YouTube. And there are creators who you're trying to silence now presently that you've just lost a massive thing in court. Why not try to utilize everybody? Why not try to why not try to, if you're going to go on a Christian channel and then even an atheist channel, then why would you separate the YouTubers who maybe don't favor or say that the most.
But he is going on other YouTubers. I don't understand this stupid statement. Christian.
Polite things about you. If you're willing to go against God himself, you're willing to go against Jesus, who you believe in. You're willing to put Jesus all the way to the side to go on an atheist podcast. You mean to tell me that having a minor difference of opinion is bigger than that? Dude, somebody's not giving.
I don't think speaking to an atheist is going against God. Or going on another YouTuber's channel that you don't like, lockdown, is going against God. I need you to put the Awakened Church methods down and step away from the YouTube lockdown. Did he just tell this man he was going against God by going to other YouTubers that lockdown doesn't like? Was that not attacking the parent of a missing child? Some of the worst ways there? I don't know if Seth's religious or not. Tell businesses or mine, his child's still missing. That's what matters. And if he is religious, at least he ain't being all woo-woo with fucking woo-woo church shit. You know? Trying to tragedy pimp up and hashtag a whole cult up on his missing child's name. some I've definitely seen the past 4 years. I'm by others, not Seth. And non-respect. Summers and Awaken and Robin and the SDA. There. Not a riddle.
Few searchers that came from this space of YouTube. And there are creators who you're trying to silence now presently. You've just lost a massive thing in court. Why not try to utilize everybody? Why not try to why not try to, if you're going to go on a Christian channel and then even an atheist channel, then why would you separate the YouTubers who maybe don't favor or say the most polite things about you? If you're willing to go against God himself, you're willing to go against Jesus, who you believe in. You're willing to put Jesus.
So if he doesn't tolerate hate channels, like White Boy put himself as, that don't agree with Seth and think he's guilty, or and allow that without them going to lawsuits, and he won't come talk to him, and he won't come to Hill for Don Wells and be friends. Then Seth is going against God? Is that what I'm hearing here? Because that feels like what I'm hearing here. Now, do you think this is for Seth? Or do you think this is for White Boy's dumbass subs? That way they turn even more hate-filled like PG and them's doing. You're going against God, da-da-da, and you're with atheists, like, to create more hate on the streets geared towards Seth. Because they do fall into certain criteria demographics. Religious, a little off over here a lot. You know. Little Wayfair, QAnon. Oh, and ain't nothing like save the babies and religion that sells up in this space, you know. Creates the culty hate shit. Oh, Jesus Christ. What the hell? But yeah, White Boy's totally not tragedy, but he's not muddying the waters and putting out the bait and pebbles and his chat will run and get all slobbery with and hate-filled and geared towards Seth. He's not trying to acquire Seth to hang out with Dawn. I can't even believe he's like, the further you stray from, basically, your heart strays from Dawn. This is disgusting. What kind of shit? It's like, was PG in his pants yesterday when this happens? I have questions. I'm speechless.
All the way to decide to go on an atheist podcast. You mean to tell me that having a minor difference of opinion is bigger than that? Dude, somebody's not giving you the correct advice, or something is not registering correctly, because that is crazy to think about. As somebody who has faith to go on an atheist podcast, I don't know though. The Samuel thing is weird. The Samuel thing is weird. But this is what I'm saying. Why don't you come and address things on the other side? You'll say no. You know what will happen if you were ever to go on someone's show on the other side? It'd be a big thing. It'd be a big thing. Yeah, there'd be some maybe some uncomfortable moments, but there'd be a lot of awareness there. A lot of awareness. Instead of chasing people away, silencing people away, talking shit to people, why not work with everybody? You cannot go from Jesus to atheist, but then pretend, dude, stop it. Just stop it right now. Open invitation. And
maybe what's similar is the atheist wasn't hateful in a hate-filled channel that made him uncomfortable or talk shit about him or terrorize the rest of him. And maybe the whichever Christian channel he was on actually acted like a Christian and not hateful, didn't terrorize and doing that either. They were just normal people. Was that? I don't know. Now I couldn't say. I don't follow them around and see what channels they're on. They ain't none of my damn business. I know where they go here and there, obviously, because, those people talk about, like Josh, and it's like, I obviously know that, but, it's like, I follow the tragedy pimp trail of shit, but I don't go following the Case or Seth or Chris or Katie anymore. So, like, what? Could it just be that people had him up there and they were decent or whatever? But you want him to come on a hate-filled channel. Even though it'd be uncomfortable for him because, well, those people are a lot of differences of opinion, blah, blah, blah. But that's not what you mean by that. I can't even believe this fucking schmuck tried to equate atheism and Christian and then YouTuber, like YouTuber's a fucking religion. And atheism is the lack of. Like, that doesn't mean somebody like fucking goes and Dahmers everybody or eats babies or anything. It just means they don't believe in a God. Doesn't mean they aren't human and like they don't believe in humanity or can't go about their lives kind and nice and decent and with morals and like a compass or anything like can't decide right or wrong or anything, you know? Did y'all know most of the UK is made up of atheists? Did you know that? Most other countries are these days. They have been for quite a while. I know they make you think abroad means mostly Catholic, especially UK or Middle East, yeah, blah, blah, whatever. Which, of course, you got countries where you face death if you aren't something. But secretly, yeah, but it's weird how those countries are just fine, not burned to the ground, but the percentage on that is the majority of their populations are actually atheist. So it's weird how that works. Who knew you could be a good human being without religion? Damn. Just a normal one. You find me a man who's not committed sin, whether a believer or not, right? Religious men commit sins every day. They're not always good people. Often, terrible people. It all exists. I don't care what religion, I don't care what faith, lack of faith. I mean, it all exists. Yeah. Man is man, whether religious or not. Often, sometimes I've found throughout history, some of the bloodiest wars and death and most terrible things in history have been the guise of God or religion or one thing or the other. And look like what we're seeing now. Bombs dropping from the sky, babies blown apart. Nobody cares about them because they're brown, obviously. All over some stupid fucking holy sites. That all the damn adults could just share so they could function even like basic kindergartners and take turns in line. So it really is that simple. It really is that simple. You could stop the fucking shit if all those goddamn adults be like, oh, we don't need walls. We can all share the space. No. And look, the holy sites, we could all visit them in separate turns or things. We could do that. Like the water fountains were in kindergarten. We just stood in line. We're nice, kept our hands to ourselves. We're polite, like we were taught as we went. And then there would be bombs dropping in the sky and genocides happening and no. No. A genocide of people who once saved the other side when they were being genocided. Kept them safe. Ain't that something? Well, I'd love to tell you it's something new, but something I've seen throughout my entire life over there. And wondered since I was a little kid why in the hell they just couldn't share the things in turn. Like a goddamn waterfall. If a child can have that concept from over there, Middle East, watch the news, you gotta the fuck into you adults get your shit together. If I gotta share the water fountain with assholes I don't like every day, and I would like to be here a little sooner. And I want to get to the squishy, new, weird milk chocolate bags before they're out, but I might not, because I gotta stay in line, be polite, not beat anybody's ass to get one first. I'll just take my iron and my chances, then tomorrow I'll see again. Like, if, you know, if children watch the news as bombs drop their entire lives, and those my age have, let's just shit all our lives over there on the news. But even as children, if you can get the concept, those fucking adults over there just want to act stupid, and the world wants to act stupid with them. And all they gotta do is goddamn share, and be polite and nice. Why in the fuck can't the world get that concept? All for bullshit doesn't matter. Lands shift, they crack open, they split, things erode no matter how well built. Iron, titanium, all rusts, it all goes away, the earth takes back over. What matters more? That bullshit or fellow humans? Happiness, light, love, peace, harmony matters more. You know? Is it worth all the blood? I don't think it is. But self-fulfilling prophets bend over and hail vigorously. Politicians, power, greed, governments, sleight of hand, distractions, hate, always sells. Save the babies! They say, just not the brown ones, and just not the ones that don't look like you. Right. Some wild shit what religion can do, man. Just like this jackass is learning. Is there a prayer garden book of how to be a cult salesman? Is Awaken handing out pamphlets these days to all the YouTubers? Is that what's up? Is that what you gotta do? Is that what happens when y'all come to Tennessee on the 15th every year with your pilgrimages? You have to go see Dawn Wells and Robin, and that you get handed the pamphlet, brought into the cult, and you're like, belly up! Must eat and destroy anything going against. Is that what I get? I swear sometimes. It's annoying. So otherwise, like, no, you gotta come meet us in person. It's starting to get scary. Starting to look at that a little different now. Like, do y'all go up there and visit the fucking hill or the church or something with them, and then you get like the MIB treatment? Does that the fuck happen? Is there something in the water besides sulfur up there these days? The fuck's go? Hmm. It was like that long before they were there. I promise. Jesus Christ. What is going on? Y'all giving like that Area 51 treatment or some shit. Some secret military experiment going on up at 110. Y'all get flashed. What the fuck is the deal? God bless America. Are they passing out more than... wonder what the fuck those things are. That nobody abides by, I can't remember. Even though I was the one to tell them that, probably they got the fucking idea, unfortunately. Anyway, whatever. It's stupid. Yeah, that's the sad fucking part, though. I swear I often wonder that. Because I mentioned it to Candace. I was like, bitch, are you making these motherfuckers coming and going sign shit to where they can't do that? Or whatever. I don't even think she knew what 1 month. And then it wasn't long after that I heard they were making people sign. I'm like, did their expert team not know shit like that existed before? Probably one of their dumbasses went up and went, hey, what was this shit Josie mentioned that we need to probably have y'all sign? And their team was like, the neighbor probably is on Zoom. There's some things I swear we're getting saying to us. One of those being, I heard a screaming, but I didn't know in real time. I just thought Summer was out there, man. Hurt, left behind. I didn't know. If I knew now, or if I knew then what I know now, I'm looking, but I would never mention it to them. I would only mention it to law enforcement and other neighbors that were to be trusted. That'd been it. Quick on the uptake and hurry. That one. Motherfucker finally gets a brilliant idea after acting quiet and sus as fuck on the phone for some reason. Also, you're telling me somebody took my baby girl. No, bitch, I didn't have said. I didn't say it out loud, of course. Oh, what a weird thing to say. The fuck was that, man? And that made my gut feel all wrong and bad. But I shook it off. Because summer is more important. One damn well know my last thought on it. I still don't know why that was the way it was. First instincts. Gut. Brain. Anyway. I can't figure out the cult lean over here. What's happening at lockdowns? I did not see this. Cannot believe he said Christian, atheist, and YouTuber. Can't believe he did that. Can't believe he said that. The further you stray from, or your heart strays from Dawn and Candace. I can't believe he said that. I can't believe he just said that Seth was going against God by not visiting his YouTube channel. If there's a hell, this is it. I'm certain of it. I can't even believe I just watched. I'm afraid and terrified of the next 35 seconds. Like, these fucking YouTubers, they can pack in a lot in 35 seconds. Yeah, fucking. We'll see where it ends.
And I don't expect no type of response. But at least this is on the internet for people to see and make their own educated conclusion.
Educated? What did he put out that was educational? He put out a bunch of propaganda that is going to lead to more hate. And people thinking that Seth is going against God for his heart straying from Candace and Don Wells, and because his channel as a YouTuber is right up there with Christian and atheist. Boy, I'd say you just use your platform to bully, harass, put out misinformation, mindfuck, Kool-Aid people, create hate, and gear it towards Seth Rogers, which is damn sure a parent of a missing child. Thought you weren't about these type of shenanigans, you propaganda pissant. Liar, liar. us to gonna bring pants on fire. Good Lord, what did we just hear? I can't believe this happened. I can. I don't know why I say I can't. Seen worse. Just didn't expect this one to go the PG route. Holy shit. I'll be back. Alright. Okay. Are you gonna co-anchor? Alright. So, I guess we're gonna move on to some more things here. Trippin, indeed. Ow. Easy. I want to trim those suckers. They're a little sharp. You get a little, I mean, like, you get, they're getting a little grabby in the pores. You know what I mean? Oh, thank you for the kisses. They're getting a little grabby in the pores. Shit, I recycled the thing. You know what? I'm going to try to do it off of this one. We're going to talk about some grade A cherry picking of the tragedy pimp variety. Okay? Let's see what the difference is here. And view count. There we go. My footage is, yeah, it does. Oh, you're gonna make sure everything else does right. Okay. Okay. Let's see if this is it. Sorry guys, I was gonna play a thing and then I got lost in a date I came across by, I don't know, paying attention to it, I guess. Finally. And it goes along with other things I was going through earlier. Pieces and paper airplanes and dates. Oh my. Um. Ugh. Down. Trying to figure out where the one with Lawson is and not give this one a thing. Because I don't want to. It's too short. I'll be goddamn. That is. Oh, and here's what I want to do since it's been a great portion of this. Obviously, breaking down lockdowns, tragedy, pimping, and weird cult-like sales tactics over there, and obviously attacking and dropping pebbles in the pond for people to associate Seth somehow going against God if he's against Don, or won't be friendsies, or he won't visit his YouTube. So, and his clickbait ass title. So I'm gonna do the right thing. And that way that boy with his clickbait title can't tell you that Seth was screaming and yelling and doing all the things and losing it. I think it's the appropriate thing to do. Since unfortunately, the news piece has so very few views as opposed to you tragedy pimps of bullshit.
It has been 453 days since now 16-year-old Sebastian Rogers vanished from his home in Hendersonville. His disappearance sparked national headlines, but now his father says the case is losing momentum. With National Missing Children's Day coming up on Sunday, he is raising his voice and demanding urgency. News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry is outside the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, where Sebastian's father made an emotional plea today. Caitlin.
Sebastian's biological father, Seth Rogers, was deeply frustrated when he spoke with me. He fears the case is going cold.
My son's been missing for 15 months, and they don't care.
Sebastian disappeared in February last year. He was just 15 years old. Initial search efforts...
I don't see him yelling or screaming or anything like that. Like, clickbait title of our tragedy pimps are saying.
Local police, the TBI, and the FBI. But those physical searches have since shifted to focus on the investigative side. The last press conference on the case was more than a year ago.
I would love to see them actually conducting more searches. I'd like to have some communication on the tips that have come in just with me, so that I know that when a tip comes in, I'm not following up on what job they're supposed to do.
Seth says only one detective is actively assigned to the case, and that he is often left to chase down the same leads, also sent to law enforcement.
We need more than just one set of eyes on this case, but it all falls on my shoulders to ask people to help find my son. My son means something to me. These people should be doing their job.
In his push for progress, Seth says he's reached out to lawmakers and is even drafting federal legislation aimed at reforming how child protection agencies and the Amber Alert system handle missing children's cases.
It's a federal oversight law on places like CPS, DCS, the Amber Alert, getting it redone and taking it out of people's hands that don't care about the children.
According to the FBI, an estimated 460,000 children are reported missing in the U.S. every year. Seth says every one of those cases deserves attention, including Sebastian's.
A parent demands answers. We demand answers because our heart is missing. He is my world. I need him. I need him back with me.
Yeah, I didn't see him yelling or screaming at anyone or acting insane or crazy like clickbait's headline did. Well, clearly attacking, targeting, and putting out propaganda on him. This is a statement from the police on Sebastian.
To the Sumner County Sheriff's Office for a statement. They assured us this case remains a top priority and said in part, please know that behind the scenes a tremendous amount of work has been done and will continue. Some aspects of the investigation are not visible to the public due to the sensitive nature of the case. Sebastian's family continues to ask for the community's help. If you know anything about Sebastian's whereabouts, you're asked to call the Sumner County Sheriff's Office or the TB.
And You know, I could tell you, I think it's the case for Sebastian and Summer. They continue to work hard for them, whether you see it or not, or whether they tell you or not, because once tragedy pimps get involved, you might as well call it a day. Yeah. Especially when you got team sports and weird shit going on online, but that's just how it is. It's the common denominator and a factor, and it cuts these parents off who do want or would love to have information even. And maybe sometimes they don't even realize what's cutting them off from it are these tragedy pimps earworming and telling them to please instead of. And I hate that for all of them. But I do. Anyway, so let me see if I can find this piece. You know what? I had these lined up. It ain't working my way though. Something's happened here. And I hate to use these because these are not the one I. Y'all know how I feel about this fella. But because Ransley and WJ, so I just. Whatever. I'm gonna let him play.
The search for a missing 5-year-old girl from Hawkins County is gaining national attention once again following her parents' appearance on Dr. Phil last week.
As Summer Wells was reported missing by her family at their beach.
I think this aired on 16th, so I think Dr. Phil would have aired the 10th. The 10th of November.
Community home back on June 15th. News Nation Now's lead correspondent's in our area tonight, and he's focusing specifically on the Summer Wells case.
News Channel 11's Ansley Daniels spoke with Brian Enton today. She joins us now live. Ansley?
Josh and Sarah, it's been 5 months to the day since that Amber Alert went active for Summer Wells out of Hawkins County. Tonight, as people pray for her to be found here in Kingsport, News Nation's national correspondent Brian Enton is in our area, giving her story the national spotlight once again.
It's interesting to be coming into a case 5 months in and hear investigators say that we're basically at the same place that we started.
News Nation is giving missing Hawkins County 5-year-old Summer Wells' story a national spotlight yet again.
We obviously wanted to talk to Candace, and he said that she was just too emotional at this point. It seems like Don is really concerned about the public's perception of Candace coming off of the Dr. Phil interview.
This time on the ground in the Beech Creek community in the first on-camera interview with Dawn Wells after that Dr. Phil appearance.
But then he did say something interesting about her friend. But I tried to drill in on that a little bit. Well, what do you mean? What friends are you talking about? What kind of friends did Candace have? What do you mean? And he sort of shut it down pretty quickly.
Enton also sat down with Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson.
I asked him, do you believe that Don and Candace are involved? And he said, we're not ruling anyone out at this point.
He comes here after being on the ground covering the Gabby Petito case.
I'm seeing a fascination with the case. I think people are digging for clues on their own, behind their computer screens at home. But the most interesting and different thing with this case that I don't think I've ever seen before is the way the family has been interacting with these social media sleuths and YouTubers.
Like all involved, Enton says getting Summer's story and face out there is the most important headline.
But I think at the end of the day, people just need to look at the picture, remember the picture of Summer, look at the video, look at her mannerisms, because she could be anywhere.
You can watch the rest of Brian's interview with Dawn Wells tonight at 9 on News Nation Prime, as well as that sit-down with Ronnie Lawson coming up again tonight at 9 on News Nation Prime. But back here at the prayer circle, there's a group of a few folks getting ready to gather in prayer and broadcast this online to continue showcasing Summer's story for everyone outside of the community here in Hawkins County and in Kingsport.
Something real funny about November. Real funny. And what is that?
A large portion of the Dr. Phil episodes with Summer Wells' parents is in with the behavior panel. As part of a body language expert panel goes over their interview with Dawn Wells and Candace Bly and analyzes it.
Ansley Daniels spoke with one of the experts on that panel, which you just saw here on News Channel 11 on the Dr. Phil show, and found out whether or not they believe Summer's parents are telling the truth. Ansley?
Josh and Sarah, the behavior panel has taken YouTube by storm. It's a group of 4 body language experts and behavior experts who analyze that body language and human behavior in videos of public interest. Now, they have analyzed Dawn Wells and Candace Bly several times, including our very own News Channel 11 interviews. Now, one of the panelists tells me that their latest experience on Dr. Phil across all of their analyses, they say that their thoughts are the same.
We really didn't have a problem with Don. He seemed like he was being honest. It went ahead and solidified our thoughts on him having nothing to do with it whatsoever. Didn't know anything about it.
The experience on Dr. Phil, not all glitz and glamour for the parents of the missing 5-year-old.
We got in there. She got a little upset with some parts of it. She was got a little emotional.
Particularly Summer's mother.
There were red flags we saw with Candace, where it just took a little bit too long to answer some questions, and some questions just didn't sound like we got the right answer for them.
It really hurts to see your other children crying.
All right, I'll go first on this one. This is the one that really bothers me. Which doesn't mean anything, doesn't mean that she's guilty or innocent or anything. It just, we just saw some things and heard some things that made us question the validity of her answers.
So he's really going through his mind. He is honest, I think, about trying to fly right.
Together, the panel of 4 all have expertise in communication, body language, deception detection, interrogation, and resistance to interrogation.
Did you have anything to do with Summer's disappearance?
No, sir.
But what they do for this isn't interrogating.
It's in no way an interrogation. It was just a fact-finding mission, I guess you'd say. It was.
Now, to be clear, this group does not deem people to be guilty or innocent. Rather, they just look at their deception versus honesty, especially when it comes to the body language and how they act when they ask them questions.
Great point. I mean, no suspects have been identified. No one's been charged. That's super important. You just saw the second day of the Dr. Phil show. Anything learned in this second episode that you think is significant?
So obviously yesterday, I think the big thing coming out was Cornbread Mafia, and why did it upset Candace when it was brought up, Summer's mother? And I think today we were hoping to learn a little bit more about Cornbread Mafia and maybe why she reacted that way during her interview with the behavior panel. However, we didn't learn too much, right? We didn't learn much at all. And so today we here at News Channel 11 are going to dip into Cornbread Mafia coming up tonight at 6 about what that is. And I think another takeaway from today's episode, though, is Dr. Phil told both of them that he does not believe they have anything to do with what happened to Summer. However, earlier, I did speak with a criminal justice expert who tells us that while what he said is important, it's also the way he said it. Dr. Phil used some very specific language in the way he said that. So we're going to learn a little bit more about that coming up tonight at 6. But I think that a big takeaway from today is that Dr. Phil told both of her parents that he did not believe they had anything to do with what happened to their little girl.
I'm so great. You know, it's so convoluted and funky, though. Junctures like that, because you have to go, well, if that shit on Chase there holds, then how in the hell do those other guys not see it? And if they see it and they know about it, then why are they buddies with that guy and line him on tape? And then how much stalker merit can you put in them if they're willing to do that fella? Then you go, well, Cornbread Mafia. You go back to Mullins, excusing the bullshit, the whole, well, there was this whole call-in, we had a sighting of Summer in a hotel, whatever. And then you realize Jenna's the one that was shaking and moving behind the scenes, that among others. There was a little girl, blah, 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 blah. But it wasn't Summer. And that's why Mullins didn't give us reason for the reaction, though. And Then if you all, it's bullshit because the behavior panel guys, if you have the comments in the comments sections for deleted or otherwise of their own stuff when people asking about it, and being like, that's a lie. And they knew about that before. Also, their shit. They were fun, joking, perfectly normal. All that already transpired. Also, their stuff. And no, they weren't a bit more concerned about that than the fucking man in the moon in front of us. So that's bullshit, right? According to them. Now, I guess she didn't break down and mention no cornbread fucking mafia because of some sighting of a little girl in a motel and all the stuff that was going with it. It's bullshit. Because they all already knew about it, right? And then you combine that with pictures Jenna has of Candace's face on video calls throughout the day, clearly in the same outfit she was wearing on Dr. Phil and during the interview and all these things. Her face is just fine and happy and all smiles and everything else, so that situation went on for hours. So, it's a little weird. It gets a little funky. Okay? Alright. And it's like, where the hell do you pull it apart at? Where do you pull it apart at? Then,
New tonight at 5, Candace Bly, the mother of missing Rogersville 5-year-old Summer Wells, released a statement explaining her reasons for walking out during an appearance with Dr. Phil and the behavior panel.
Now, according to a statement from Bly just before the Wells family's appearance on the Dr. Phil show, she says a child was reported that matched Summer's description somewhere, quote, south of Tennessee. Bly in this statement said when that girl was found and it was not Summer, she said it was, quote, like losing her all over again. In a YouTube video published on the family's YouTube page, a statement stated there were many reasons why she got up and left. But she said she walked away from the interview with that behavioral panel hired by Dr. Phil for the segment after she believed that they became confrontational. You can find a link to the video of her statement on WJHL.com.
Meanwhile, the search for Summer Wells continues more than 5 months after she was reported missing by her family. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation is asking for credible
It's interesting to.
The search for a missing 5-year-old.
Here at the prayer circle, Josh and Sarah, today's press conference here at the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office in Rogersville wasn't much different than the ones held in Beech Creek this time last year. No new information was given today, and law enforcement told us again that there was no concrete evidence that Summer walked off from her home, nor that she was abducted. A year, 3 intense searches, and hundreds of hours of investigative work later, authorities assured that this case is far from cold.
I can promise you that we will continue to conduct target searches in the Beech Creek area as new information is developed. We'll also continue to follow up on any legitimate leads.
That promise and hope is the foundation for the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children since it was founded back in 1984. We spoke with the nonprofit about Summer's case, and they told us while 1 year in a missing child's case is hard to comprehend, they believe that Summer will still be found safe unless it's indicated otherwise by law enforcement.
We've assisted law enforcement with nearly 400,000 missing child cases. And if you go back and you take a look at each and every one of those, not one of them is just exactly like the other. Each one has its own twists and its own information that needs to be looked at individually. And that's a tough road for law enforcement.
Authorities also said again today that this case is outside of the norm for them. They said usually they have an answer or at least some sort of indication of what has happened to that child within a few days of her or him being reported missing. But still, a year later, there are no new leads and no answers as to where Summer Wells could be tonight. Live in Rogersville, Ansley Daniel, News Channel 11.
I found it.
New details and new interviews on a case that we have been covering extensively here on News Nation Prime. 5-year-old Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. Her parents say she vanished within minutes from their home in Rogersville, Tennessee. But months of searching have come up empty. There have been no new leads and no evidence, not even a sighting of Summer. And suspicion has started to turn to her parents, Don and Candace Wells. They have been adamant that Summer was abducted. But tonight, the sheriff on the case says everyone is a person of interest. Correspondent Brian Enton is live tonight in Tennessee, where he spoke with Summer's dad in his first interview since he appeared on Dr. Phil. Brian.
Marnie, you know, we've talked about this case, we've covered this case, but to be on the ground here in Tennessee, you realize right away just how complex it is. All of the different personalities involved, and just the mystery that this little girl, 5 months later, is still missing. Flying into Tennessee, we weren't sure what to expect. Summer Wells has been missing for 5 months. No new leads and basically no new information since the 5-year-old vanished from her Northeast Tennessee home.
They can't find her. They've been yelling for her. She's been gone for about 10 minutes now.
Summer's been missing since June 15th, and there are definitely some people who are not happy that we've come here to dig into the case. Some people on social media basically just telling us to stay away. But there are still so many unanswered questions about where Summer is. It's now been 5 months since Summer Wells disappeared. Do your investigators know anything more now than they did 5 months ago?
We really don't know anything more, but everything's still on the table.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson is in charge of the investigation.
Everybody that's involved in this case is person of interest. We've not ruled anyone out.
Summer's dad, Don Wells, agreed to meet with us. We talked to him on the edge of his property, where Summer disappeared. What do you think happened? What does your heart tell you?
Well, I know in my heart and in my mind she was abducted. Someone snuck up there when we weren't exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they come in the basement and grabbed her, or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something.
You can see the Wells house up through the trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace. Her younger brothers and her grandmother was also on the property. And what the family thinks happened is that someone took Summer, brought her down this steep embankment to possibly a car that was waiting in the roadway.
And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs, Mom, to play. So I went over here like this.
Summer's mom, Candace, allowed podcaster Chris McDonough with the interview room into her home in July.
Is this how I would get down here?
Yeah.
I don't know if you want to come down here or not.
They went downstairs in the cluttered house and into Summer's bedroom.
But this is where Summer and little Waylon was.
This is the back door Summer may have disappeared through.
But I know I did come out here and I said, Summer, because sometimes she'll sit right here.
Do you think Candace would speak with me?
I don't know. I mean, we had to beg her, you know, to please go on Dr. Phil, because she's just so been burnt thousands of times by people. So that's why she don't want to talk to nobody, and she didn't want to go on Dr. Phil. That's why she was getting upset. Because of the way the YouTubers and other people have turned on her, they've just ruined her.
I'm very sorry for the occasion.
The Wells were on Dr. Phil last week, and at one point, Candace walked off.
I'm being interrogated again, and I don't want to do this anymore. Yes, I am.
We'll stop. I want you to feel comfortable.
No, I want to go home.
I'm down.
Questions have come up about what Candace might know. Could she have gotten herself into a situation where it wasn't her fault, but...
No.
You know what I mean?
No. She's a good mother. She loves her children. She's not going to allow any situation like that. The biggest mistake she might have made is maybe choosing some wrong friends, which is, it happens. But other than that, no way.
Do you think any of those wrong friends could have something to do with it?
We don't know.
I know you all have had some ups and downs in your past with alcohol and drugs. Do you think one of those people that came around could have?
No, we can't go there.
Wells says he's limited in what he can say after social services took Summer's 3 brothers from the home earlier this year. Would you mind just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around? Just me,
Sure.
even, just so I can. I know you don't want me up there walking around, but maybe you could just drive me around.
Yeah.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you so much.
Sir, thank you,
I appreciate
guys.
it. Thank you.
guys.
He initially agreed to take me on the property, but then changed his mind. He says he wants the focus to remain on Summer and finding whoever took her.
We love our daughter with all our hearts. We miss her. We'd do anything to have her back in that church with us that she so loves.
The sheriff says the Wells are cooperating, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon, but that there's no evidence at this point that Summer was kidnapped or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
And right now, detectives say they are looking for a red or maroon pickup truck that may have been in the area around the time that Summer Wells went missing. But even the sheriff today said they have no confirmation that the truck was actually there. They're not even for sure it is definitely connected. There are so many pieces of this puzzle they just haven't figured out yet. But another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test.
Which is something I know a lot.
They always pick that to avoid them.
People have wondered. Brian, the sheriff says
Another interesting thing, Marnie, he did confirm for me today that both of Summer's parents did pass a polygraph test. After social services took Summer's 3 brothers from the home earlier this year. Would you mind just quickly maybe taking us for a little drive around? Just me,
Sure.
even, just so I can. I don't. Or abducted. Is it possible that Summer's parents, Candace and Dawn, had something to do with this, or have you ruled that out?
We haven't ruled anything out. Everything's possible.
He said that, but they didn't make sure that in it. He said they'd pass the polygraph. We were taking it or whatever. So still, even after that, they're still on the table. You know, the thing about it is,
trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace, her younger brothers, and her
it's hard seeing the images sometimes, right?
mother was also on the property, and what the family thinks happened is that someone took Summer, brought her down this steep embankment to possibly a car that was waiting in the roadway.
And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she's...
We weren't exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they come in the basement and grabbed her, or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something.
You can see the Wells house up through the trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace. Her younger brothers and her grandmother was also on the property. And what the family thinks happened is that someone took Summer, brought her down this steep embankment to possibly a car that was waiting in the roadway.
And I said, boys, where's your sister at? Well, she just went downstairs, Mom, to play.
We weren't exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they come in the basement and grabbed her, or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something.
You can see the Wells house Up through the trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace. Her younger brothers and her grandmother was also on the property. And what the family thinks happened is that someone took Summer, brought her down this steep embankment to possibly a car that was waiting in the road.
You know, if you know where the driveways are, 125 is just right there, right up a bit, but right there, not far apart. But man, it's hard seeing this shit. We began yelling for Summer up here. Yelled down and out for him. Yelled up for him. Tried yelling for all the jackasses up there on the hill to let them know I was down below. And I heard them. And to let them know I was down there looking for Summer. I continued to call upward. As close as I could get to the bank in the middle of the road. And we'd yell it. And I know because of hesitations, footsteps, circling us, that at points I was clearly heard. Had to have been, but ignored.
There when we weren't exactly paying attention, and we don't know if they come in the basement and grabbed her, or if she stepped outside the basement and was walking to her swing or something.
You can see the Wells house up through the trees on the hill right here. Summer was home with her mom, Candace.
I couldn't identify in which area. I stepped back out of, as I heard Candace's dumbass.
Her younger brothers and her
coming down their fucking driveway in order to meet, and who I thought was an entire other.
Was also on the property, and what the family thinks happened is that
I know exactly where I came into contact with her on that road. I know where I was. When what I thought was a whole other human being inside of that fucking vehicle stops. Which tells me what point Candace could see me and tell most likely that person to be quiet. Now, why that would be done, I don't know. I really don't. And then to remain silent. Until Candace and I had almost entirely stopped with a very brief interaction we had, but still, yeah. And then to speak, like, what the fuck is that? It should have been nothing to go, oh, we'll be glad I see neighbors out or I see somebody, right? I mean, I don't know about you, but I think I was on the phone with spouse or whoever else, and everybody knew the person rolling up on. There'd be no need to suddenly be quiet or to stop speaking in the manner or be quiet about whatever the fuck you were talking about. Descending the driveway and coming down the road, I guess before you run into someone last minute. Even though that was, it doesn't make sense to me. Because that damn sure wasn't the last we run into. The last minute's a strange way to word that. Last minute. Strange. I don't know about y'all, but I would have just continued talking to whoever the hell I was on the phone with. I wouldn't have found anything strange about my neighbors being out on roads they fucking lived on. And out at times of days they're normally fucking out. Don't seem to be strange of other neighbors either. Right? That were just feet from me. Very close to where Aunt stayed. I find it all very strange. Because I would have just kept talking on the phone. Trolls have been reversed and say I was coming down the driveway, talking to say Andy at the time, and I seen Candace down the road. I wouldn't be like, shut up. If her kid was missing, I would let them continue talking whatever. I'm like, hey, child's missing, you know, phone's doing whatever, blah, blah, and everybody's speaking what's what it is, but I wouldn't have been like, hey, shut up. But that clearly had to have happened. Because the whole ass shut up and silence reigned supreme after. I was seen for some reason. Cannot make that make sense. Especially when two people are fucking on the phone and so loud, and you'd think a whole ass other person is in the vehicle. You're so confused by the silence that you'll sort of scared in. Okay, what the hell, you know? And then they remain in silence. Until I guess they just can't help it or they catch the right shiny thing to grab onto. I don't know. I wish I knew. But I also know that we yelled for summer. I yelled up to them when it seemed like a million times to let them know I was down there. All the way down that goddamn road. Paused over a couple feet. Yelled, called for them by name as well, let them know I was down there. No, I was heard because of the hesitation of footsteps. I know I was. I know I was. So why not call back? Well, no acknowledgement, right? I know that there's a certain point of this. I was on when I heard the boys go down the left. And there was not very much time before Candace came down the driveway after. And on the phone with them. The goddamn road. Images like that. Just, I don't know. There are a million things, you know. That road I'd walked and driven and for decades. My life. Place I lived and visited and sworn there for decades of my life. Most of my children's. The place holds so many memories. Still holds my flowers, like so many generations of women and children. Place I don't ever want to go again, but a place that pulls at me every day, all day, and all night. That I often look towards every night as the fires and puzzles burn. I don't know. There's also a place that was in that video that yeah, it doesn't. Anyway. Back to weirdness. Fucking November. I believe this was in March. I think.
With my knee, I have a knee replacement, and she was worried that there was something wrong with it, and she took me into the hospital.
Yeah.
And I ended up getting a shot for it to get rid of the pain, and they prescribed me medication to take to get the swelling down out of my knee and around my knee because it was inflamed. And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming that day at the horse stables, I believe it was. And then we come back, and I went in my camper, and after we brought my groceries in for me, and the boys helped with that, and of course Summer. And I laid down and went to sleep, and I got up, and I was sitting in my doorway, and we come out, and Candace asked me what I was doing. I said, well, we got to transplant these little cactuses into bigger pots. And we did that, and then Summer come in and had a piece of peppermint, which is her favorite, and then she went in. She said, Mama, I want to go play with the boys. Candy walked her back to the house, and she asked the boys to keep an eye on her, and that's the last time I seen her.
Tell me, when you first realized that Summer was missing, what was going through your mind, and what was it like here?
To be blunt, it was hell. I mean, and I apologize, I'm blunt. As everybody knows, I have a missing daughter. She's been gone for 12 years. And all I can say is, oh God, not again. And I couldn't do nothing but cry. And we yelled for her, and we yelled for her, and yelled for her. And we could not find her. Candy was in hysterics. And we never did find her. She called 911, and she called Donnie, and we sent the boys down over the hill, and I stood in front of over by the edge there and watched them. And was praying to God every minute that nobody would take them. And there was no sign of her.
Do you believe that someone took Summer, or do you believe that she wandered off? What do you believe happened?
I believe somebody took her. I know people say it doesn't happen, but it does happen. It happens in small towns. It happens in big towns. It happens in the country. And I believe somebody took her.
Yeah.
Sarah, Diamond officers spent a third day in the Beach Creek community searching for Summer Wells, but no significant results. An Amber Alert to find the missing 6-year-old from Hawkins County remains active. And we're hearing more about what happened the day about that day from her grandmother. Here's Ansley Daniel.
Josh and Sarah, as officers spent another day in Beach Creek searching for Summer, I was out there yesterday and spent some time at the Wells family home on Ben Hill Road. Now, that's where Summer was reported missing from on June the 15th. I actually had the chance to speak with the missing girl's mother, Candace Bly, who, again, did not want to speak on camera with us, but I did have the opportunity to sit down with her grandmother, Candace Hare, who told me she wants people to hear about her family straight from the source.
That's why I come on camera, because I am sick and tired of the lies.
Missing Hawkins County 6-year-old Summer Wells' grandmother, Candace Hare, says it was hard to speak on camera as she's been reliving a familiar nightmare.
Rose has been missing for 12 years. I miss her dearly. She's the baby of the family.
Hare's youngest daughter and Summer's aunt, Rosemarie Bly, went missing from Wisconsin on August 21st of 2009.
To go through it again with my granddaughter, Summer, is very heartbreaking. And that's what a lot of people don't understand, is what a parent goes through, what a grandmother goes through. It's the not knowing is what tears us up. It's the not knowing.
Back in November, her granddaughter's case received national attention on a 2-part Dr. Phil episode, which is why Hare thinks her daughter Candace Bly has continued to shy away from the media.
I think it had to do a lot with Dr. Phil. The way it came out on Dr. Phil when she was out there. I was not out there. I think it hurt Candace in a way. I don't know if it's helped or not. I don't believe it has. Maybe it's gotten more attention out everywhere.
On June 15th, the day Summer was reported missing, Hare says she spent the entire day with her daughter and granddaughter. She says it started with a trip to the emergency room to have her knee checked out.
They prescribed me medication to take to get the swelling down out of my knee and around my knee because it was inflamed. And then we waited around for my prescription. Summer went swimming that day at the horse stables, I believe it was.
After the family returned home with groceries, Hare says she took a nap, woke up, and repotted cactus plants with her granddaughter.
Because it was inflamed.
Another story at 6, day 2 in a planned search for missing 6-year-old Summer Wells.
That's exactly right, Josh. And
in Hawkins County, the agency says much of the area where Summer disappeared requires extra time to search thoroughly. They say it's extremely steep and dangerous. News Channel 11's Ansley Daniels spoke with Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson, the lead investigator in the case.
Yeah, Ansley, the sheriff told you today that Summer's family now currently is not cooperating with law enforcement?
That's exactly right, Josh and Sarah. He also told me that the family has attorneys. Now, he did tell me that he didn't want to speak any further on the matter, but I did have the chance to speak with Summer Wells' mother and grandmother at the home where she disappeared earlier today. And her grandmother told me that she wanted to address the sheriff's comments about them not cooperating, as well as whether or not they have an attorney. And this was the first time that we have spoken with her her on camera since her granddaughter went missing.
Mr. Lawson stated that Candace and the whole family is lawyered up. I can't speak for Donnie, and I know Candace hasn't because she's told me she hasn't, and I have not. If law enforcement wants to talk to me, TBI wants to talk to me, they have my phone number. They know when I leave the state. They know when I'm here.
Summer Wells' grandmother, Candace Hare, says she hasn't spoken with law enforcement since December 13th.
They have not contacted me since the YouTubers were down here in the driveway. And we asked them about trespassing.
Summer's grandma was with her granddaughter all day on June 15th, the day she disappeared. She walked me through what they did that day and said she and Summer were repotting cactus plants outside of her camper, and then
Summer came in and had a piece of peppermint, which is her favorite, and then she went in. She said, "Mama, I want to go play with the boys." Candy walked her back to the house, and she asked the boys to keep an eye on her, and that's the last time I seen her.
As the 9-month mark of when her granddaughter was reported missing approaches, she says the social media and online rumors have to stop.
If they want to help, that's great. But if they want to spread lies, that's a different story. Because that's all they're doing now is spreading lies. They're reaching and trying to figure out.
No, excuse me.
Saying that they will not quit until she.
This was June 25th of 21.
Teams continue today to search for 5-year-old Summer Wells, the Hawkins County girl at the center of a Tennessee Amber Alert. 10 days have passed since she was reported missing, and that's where we begin. News Channel 11 at 5 o'clock on this Friday. Thank you for being with us. I'm Josh Smith.
I'm Sarah Diamond. Now, authorities did not hold a news briefing today in the case. They said previously there will not be daily briefings when there are no new developments. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation posted on social media the agency has received 394 tips since family members reported Summer missing the evening of June 15th. She has blonde hair, blue eyes, and is about 3 feet tall.
In the 10 days since she was reported missing, search teams from over 100 agencies, teams from 6 states have spent endless hours searching for the missing 5-year-old. And they've covered, they say, over 3,000 acres in the area near her home on Ben Hill Road in the Beech Creek community of Hawkins County, where she was last seen. And that's where Bianca Murray joins us live tonight. She's near the Search Command Center.
Bianca, you spoke with Summer's mother and grandmother today. What did they tell you?
Josh and Sarah, I took a trip down to Ben Hill Road this afternoon with a friend of the Wells family. Now, that's where the Wells family lives. I met Summer's mom and grandmother, neither of whom felt up to doing an on-camera interview, but they spoke to me about how much they miss Summer. In a statement, Summer's mom, Candace Wells, told
Traveled there with a friend of the Wells family.
she knows Summer would never leave her home alone. Summer's grandmother, Candace Hare, told me in a statement, quote, "Bring my grandbaby home. She is a lovely baby and we're so thankful for everyone looking for her. We yelled and looked for her as much as we could. She was just gone."
You know, when you hear the audio, they leave out the part of the statement that says, that night, bring my grandbaby home. She's a lovely baby. And we're so thankful for everyone looking for her. We yelled and looked for her as much as we could that night. She's just gone. It's devastating. That night. You know,
Channel 11.
Wells that we obtained today. Summer's mother shared these with us. In a news briefing late this afternoon, the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation said the search for Summer is, quote, definitely outside the norm when it comes to the standard amount of time for a missing persons case like this.
Typically, in an investigation like this one, we have some idea of where the case is headed and what might have happened within a few days. In this situation, despite doing everything within our power and exploring all avenues, the circumstances leading to Summer's disappearance remain unclear.
News Channel 11's John Janko was at today's news briefing. John, are investigators hopeful at this point that they will find Summer?
Sarah and Josh, while search teams and investigators are physically and mentally exhausted, I can tell you that they all remain hopeful.
Leslie, at this point in the search and investigation, do you believe Summer Wells is still alive?
We hope so, but honestly, we just don't know. I mean, we're holding out hope, doing everything we can. Obviously, we typically would have found a child at this stage in the investigation, so honestly, we just don't know.
Hawkins County Sheriff Ronnie Lawson again made a plea to the and Hawkins counties to check and recheck their security or trail cam footage. In the desperate search for Summer Wells, he also had another request.
So if the general public that lives in this area will go back and search their outbuildings, their barns, their hay fields, now it's mowing season, so when they mow, they need to pay attention. And if you have a resident that cannot search their property themselves. If they'll call my office at 423-272-4848, I will send an officer to your residence to search your property for you.
106 agencies are participating in the search for summer wells. You're looking at new video the TBI released this afternoon of crews conducting line searches in the Beach Creek area near where Summer was last seen. The TBI says the purpose of these searches is to ensure every inch of ground has been covered. They've covered about 4.6 square miles of terrain so far. That's about 3,000 acres. Captain Tim Coop of the Church Hill Rescue Squad says they've covered multiple ground multiple times. He said different eyes in different search teams may discover something someone else didn't notice. Live in the Beach Creek community, John Jenko, News Channel 11.
John, thank you very much.
As we live in a digital first world, so much of our collaboration.
I don't know, where does it end and begin? Begin and end. Round and round. Trying to think of a certain date. Either way, all I know is November was a funky month. Especially from the 1st to the 11th or 12th, for sure. And definitely part of the shifts, right? Something strange. Anyway, no, there's a few more pieces I wanted to add in here, but sort of tired and I sort of want a snack. Cat's mad at me. I think he ate the whole wicker basket. The poor thing is not gonna make it. It's not. It's his arch nemesis, the wicker basket. He is determined to kill that thing. I'm telling you, he is. And he has a perfectly good claws, circle pads, and toys, and scratching posts. That wicker basket is his favorite. He does not like the posts much. Anyway, y'all. I'm out of here. Y'all do me a favor. Share the Universal/TV hand signal for help. And as always, continue to share Summer's picture, information, and call her by name. Y'all know what I mean by information. Otherwise, watch out for these tragedy pimp streets. They're tripping. Or they want you to trip. I'm not sure. I think we're all freaking hallucinating or something, because I still could not believe that lockdown piece. Him trying to sell Dawn like the second coming of Christ, and if your heart's moved too far away. Trying to lure Seth in like a bad dating app. I don't know what's happening. The comparisons between Christian atheists and YouTuber, him bullying and using a way to incite hate, bullying, and harassment, and terror with propaganda and religion-based propaganda towards Seth, and telling that man that he strayed from God and all that, like going against God if he's not willing to, I guess, come to his channel. That is a whole I don't even know what to say about it. But yeah, it looks like his whole I don't think he can no longer say that he doesn't bully or harass the parents of missing children or incite hate or bullying of them with propaganda yet. But I'm sure he'll keep on with that line anyway. But that is one of the wildest tactics I've ever seen. I guess that's where he's at these days. Like, Jesus Christ superstar. Anyway, y'all please do share Sebastian's picture, information, and calling base. Okay? No. Just like you would for summer. Especially since I played the piece here to show you all that lockdown was lying to you and clickbaiting the shit out of you. Seth wasn't out there losing his shit, screaming and carrying on, and nothing like that. Fucking clickbait to sell his damn weird religious propaganda, and Dawn is the next coming of Christ, or pimping him out for dating to other parents. I don't know. Either way, he was using all that bullshit to incite hate and bullying and trashing his Seth by his chat as they scatter everywhere. And I guess play teams and sports and alliances. It's all so gross. Remember, none of that helps Summer, Sebastian, guys. Y'all sharing their flyers and basic information, and information from real media sources. Alright. Law enforcement, real journalists, investigative ones, and real media outlets. Not the faux ones. You hear me? That's how you really help Summer and Sebastian in any other case out there. So you help find them and help bring justice for them. So you help law enforcement. Okay? Always remember that, no matter what case they're working through here on YouTube. That's how you really help the missing and murdered in law enforcement and justice. You share from the real investigators' hearts, minds, and souls working diligently for them. The real reporters Alright, you guys, watch these streets. They're trippy. Enjoy the Spec, the Vast Cosmos, whatever good tune you can find today, good snack, dancing on the storms. Be a good pebble, a spark, and voice where you can. Alright, looks like it's gonna be sunny here for now. Yeah, for now. Says rain later tonight. I'll take both. And I'm gonna snack. I'm gonna find my cat and apologize because he's real mad at me. And maybe walk in the sunshine for a bit. I do need to check on the veggies and flowers and strawberries and such. And see how it's going today. So, y'all have a good morning, good evening, good night, wherever y'all are. And avoid whatever they're all tripping on today. Y'all have a good day, guys.